we miss so much of what's going on in this very moment. And so, another part of cultivating that happiness is being in that present moment and really looking at what's going on around you. For instance, today, I got up and there was a hummingbird in our water feature and just swimming away and pruning and cleaning and just enjoying the water and the quiet of the early morning hours. And so I just sat there and took that all in. And that's being in the present moment, right? Another instance is the other day, I was watching the bees enjoy the nectar that we put out for the hummingbirds, and they were going crazy, right? And it was mesmerizing just sitting there watching them. So, again, that's about being in that present moment and taking that in. And it can really change our dynamics in our body. It can calm us. It can, reduce our blood pressure. It can change our anxiety level from what we were focusing on before and just put us into a calmer state, right? But just taking some time for yourself every day, whether that be reading, going for a walk, listening to music, anything, reading your favorite book, doing that crossword puzzle, whatever that is for you, taking some time to do that. And also with that is being grateful, right? One thing that I need to start doing again, and this was a perfect reminder, is to start journaling in your gratitude journal, right? Picking 3 things every single day that you are happy for, that you are in gratitude for. And again, that can really shift your dynamic. And then you combine that with the self care and staying in the present moment. And it relieves all of that stress and anxiety that's been going through you, perhaps, and brings you back to center. So, those are really important things to do. It's hard for us to focus time on ourselves, but we definitely need to do that so that we can be in the space and place of helping others as well. So I hope that was helpful for you on cultivating your happiness. And would be happy to discuss more of this over on my webpage, again, at www.wingsofsoulswithjulie.com. And there you can also schedule a personal one-on-one reading with me. Find all the details right there. All right. Right now, we have a caller on the line. We have Alicia in Charleston, South Carolina. Good evening, Alicia, and welcome to Your Time to Shine.
Yes, thank you for having me.
I'm so glad you're here. What can I do for you this evening?
Yes, I'm just wanting to get peace and get to the bottom of what I'm experiencing. I own a dementia company online that's doing pretty well as far as publicity goes. And I'm just trying to get everything in order to just have it blossoming and bringing in the sales like I needed to. It's been 4 years since I've had my company, but I've ran into some blocks. And so I know I did a speaking event, and I know a lot of clients went and, help with promotion, to get publicity, taking it to media, etc. And I've been getting phone calls. Well, lately I've been getting a threat. Someone came to my job that's in the news world and very intimidated of hearing about my company that I've had for a while. And I'm believing that they are trying to frighten me not to deal with social media and not to deal with media at all, the news, because they're known locally here in my state, and I guess I would take their shine away. So now I'm having a lot of issues with work, and, they just let everybody know, oh, she's a celebrity if you didn't know, and just wanting people to be mean to me all around. So I'm just trying to have peace with not moving around on jobs because so many people is being evil to me from that. Also, I'm a published author as well, so just a lot of evilness and I feel a lot of blocks trying to come so that I won't prosper and I won't make the money that I would like to make in my company, so I don't have to work for an employer anymore. And I've been trying to do everything I can to get past that, and to keep branding my business and to keep the sales coming. But I feel attacks and I feel blocks financially.
Right. Wow. You definitely are a very bright light, and they are definitely, like you said, afraid of your potential. And so as a result, you've been feeling the attacks. There's this energetic block that you're feeling is from those psychic attacks, right? For people not wanting you to get ahead, feeling like they're being left behind. And yeah, and so hold on one second here. Let me just slow this down. It's coming in really fast. So hold on.
Wow.
Okay, so what I'm being shown is just to continue to shine your light, continue to
Okay.
push through, and continue to do the advertising. It's really for you about the word of mouth, because people are very attracted to you. They're attracted to your energy. They like what they see, and then they go and they spread that word to others. And so that's where you're going to get a lot of um, really a lot of your publicity. Really, um, I'm also being told that you're very spiritual. You trust your gut. Um, you know, you know what the difference is between right or wrong, and that sounds like a very basic statement to make, but you truly feel this in your gut. And this is what is guiding you. Um, these are your um, these are your guides speaking to you, right? And so it's about being able to clear out some of those psychic attack energies and clearing out those blocks. Um, I'm being shown that if you were just to sit down and connect to your guides and ask them to remove all those blocks and to remove all those psychic attacks, that things would start flowing in much more easily for you. And then as you do that, you can shine your light even brighter, right? By pushing your light, your energy out, this beautiful, beautiful light. And as you do that, I'm being shown that they'll kind of take a little bit of a back seat because they'll realize that they can't get to you any longer.
Okay. So with the advertisements, you're saying to go forward. So that means any type of advertisements, ads, news, whatever comes my way. So I've had many outlets that called me, but I just declined to get on TV because of what I was experiencing. I didn't take the opportunities to. One of them is still pending, but I just didn't take it because of the threats and the behaviors that I was having against me, and then I just started to feel very upset spiritually, and so I didn't do it.
Right. But you're still feeling that call to advertise. Is that correct? Are you still feeling that
Right,
in your
and
gut?
I still have a couple calls that's pending, and they're wanting me to call them back. They're not going to stop calling. A lot of them said they won't stop calling because I really need to do it, is what they were saying. So, but when I had that person come in my job, and the person we all know is a local person that's kind of considered like famous here through the news. But I think that was very, very mean. But then that's shown that I'm very powerful. If that person somehow found out where I work, like in my day job, and came there and started telling things about me, and I guess, wanting my workers to be mean to me and everything. And then they was actually talking about it. So I know it was said because he actually said something to me as well about my company. And I was like, whoa, that means my company is really doing something. And someone took it to the news station. He was trying to badmouth me. Nobody's going to buy it. Nobody's going to do this, that. But that already showed me that I was powerful. For you to even have that much gut in you to come show up at my job and speak about my company already spoke a lot. But it just made me very upset. And then I felt like I had another attack to deal with. And now everybody's calling me a celebrity at the job. And I'm like, oh my gosh, everybody's bringing in their clients to come to the center, which doesn't have anything to do with dementia, but it makes me feel like I need to watch my back. Because if I'm a successful person, and I'm on a higher level than everybody that's in there, I need to be watching my back. So I got overwhelmed, very exhausted. At one point, I got to the place that I didn't know if I wanted to live anymore because it just was so heavy what I was experiencing. And
Right.
I left my last job last year for the same thing, but my last experience this year, I left the same day I left my other job. I started the job that I'm on now, and the same thing happened. But the other job, they was trying to find out where I was living, Googling stuff online, and it became a real big legal problem where lawyers and everything was involved because you're messing with my livelihood. I mean, it was so much jealousy. It was a mess, and there was a director that did this. So I'm like, if these people are in high places in their own job and they are coming to attack me, that really speaks something of me, who I am in my career and running my own company, even though I still go out in a day job, but as an activity center for brain stimulation. That really says something about what I'm doing, but I would like to see the revenue. And I understand that some attacks are going to come regardless because we're in the world. And when you're doing good, you're definitely going to get attacked. But I just felt that it was mean, to do things like that to me. And then most of us all work in healthcare, we could be helping each other, but that's not the way that it went. And I had to come down from my position on my other job. She didn't want me to teach anymore because I was a teacher over there, because in my company, I'm an educator. And so she wanted to take away me being a teacher. And I said, by law, I can sue because this is what I applied for. And if you're getting jealous of me and people are coming in and telling you things about me and y'all are Googling things online, which is illegal to be looking where I live and stuff, you can be in big trouble for that. And I just think that is very mean to want to try to destroy me like that. And just all kinds of people came in that I considered an enemy, and they tried to attack me. So security was hired by corporate. And I was like, if I got to deal with now security, I just was very upset and didn't feel safe. And people were identifying me, and I just left. I quit because I didn't feel safe.
Yeah.
And I understand as I grow, I'm going to have people that in high places do mean things. So my family was speaking to me about security, and a family member came home and, had me looking into security. And it was like, I'm just telling you now, where you are and where you're going to end up needing security at some point, because of the level that you're at. And you do speaking events and so many things you're doing, you're going to have to be strong. But it just was so much. And the meanness was very, 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 very evil.
Yes. Right. And as you become more and more into your business and you start helping more and more people, that word is going to get out, bringing more and more business to you. And you could see, some others coming out of the woodwork. What you can do too is you can call upon your angels and your guides and ask them to only allow the people who are in the highest and best interest for you to literally be able to see your business. It's almost like putting a veil in front of those who are wanting to harm you, who are wanting to take advantage of you. And it's just like putting a thin layer over it so that they really can't see. Have you ever been in a situation where you were looking for something and you couldn't find it and you left, and maybe you come back 20 minutes later and you look in the same spot and whoa, there it is. How was that there? I was looking in the
Right.
same
Yes.
spot for 10 minutes and I didn't see it. And now I'm seeing it. Right. So that's that veil, right?
Okay.
So ask your guides to just put the veil on for all of those who are out, um, to intentionally bring harm or, um, any time of disrespect to you and your business, that they literally cannot see you, hear you, um, and not affect you, and only let the ones who are here in your highest and best for you and your company, and that you can help them in their highest and best be able to really shine and be able to see you and bring that, bring those people to you. Um,
Okay.
so, really leverage because you're very spiritual. And so you just need to leverage that piece of it, and I understand when you're in a situation where you're not comfortable with what's going on and things are serious, right? It can kind
Mm-hmm.
of mess with your psyche a little bit. Um, and that's when you need to call on some of your friends to help remind you, that you can ask for this kind of help, right? Along with, down the road, you may find that you do need security, right? Um,
Mm-hmm.
but you will know when and if that time is right.
Right.
But you've got a long line of people. They're showing me you have a long line of people waiting to knock on your door. So, as far
Okay.
as your business goes, I mean, I see this really exploding and being very, very lucrative for you. And it's going to
Okay.
be bringing you a lot of joy because you're giving back and you're doing exactly what you love to do. And as that passion and that intensity grows, then you're going to be bringing in more and more clientele. So it's just going to start this huge wave of influx. And
Okay. And
it's
right now,
going to
I've been
be,
trying to book a lot of speaking events and just sell the education and consultations that I have on my website, getting the credentials together for the healthcare workers. But I had a little block financially with that, and then having to go partner with a different board because just one member wouldn't agree with what I wanted to do. So that really made me upset, and it kind of dampened my money a bit. But those are my goals right now to partner with another dementia board, which really wants me on their team and to be a trainer for them. And then they will have my company listed as well. And I get to keep all the profits. So that's a big plus. But it's just a piece of money that I have to come up with to become a part of that organization. And then I have a lot of courses that I want to get credentials to it that I've been building. So, but that's all a financial thing. So I'm just keeping
right.
my hopes up that all these things can come to me by the beginning of next year. And I just want to be to a place where I don't have to work for an employer anymore. That's my overall goal.
Right.
To be working my own company, to be getting booked, to go speak and to educate other places and to be able to travel because I've been number one on Google for like over 2 years. Whenever a dementia company is looked up, I'm number one on Google. So that really has me in a high ranking spot for a good while now.
Yes.
But I just want to keep doing better, and I just want to see my sales coming in.
Yeah, it's coming. When you said, you're hoping for something in the year, it was like bells and whistles were going off in my head. It's like that's very obtainable for you at the rate that you're going right now. And when you are on stage, they're showing me that you have such a presence that you really bring people in and bring people together, and they It's like they're hanging on every word that you're saying. You're so knowledgeable and you're so
Yes, and
passionate.
I've had a speaking event already before. I couldn't believe I spoke a whole hour and a half nonstop. I couldn't believe it. I was
Yes.
speaking for one of my books that I published, and oh my gosh, and then it ended up being a consultation at the end and a book signing. I mean, it was
Yes.
so amazing. And I know a lot of those people took my company to the press because they told me a couple of their names, like, oh, I remember her, because people came from different places to support their
Right.
loved ones in the retirement center that I did the speaking event at in the theaters, and it was so very amazing. So I'm just hoping to be able to book some speaking events before this year is over that I can do, and next year I want to be booked out in everything I possibly can be booked out in for next year to come. So that's something that I've been working on.
Yes. What I'm being shown is to continue doing these bookings, these teachings, these lectures. And then once you have a few of those under your belt, then you can continue getting all of those extra credentials. It's like they're showing me that these speaking engagements are critical to getting the business, the kind of business that you want. And it's
Okay.
not so much as important for you to have those extra credentials right now. Like if there's anything that you can kind of put to the side and go, okay, I'm just going to take a deep breath and I'm not going to worry about that right now. That's one of those
Right.
things.
Because I was
It's your
thinking, just if
speaking.
I couldn't get that money, it wasn't supposed to be for me to get it right now to worry about that trainer credentials,
Right.
because I'm already an educator in my company. That'll be those leads that I have. If they trust me and they love what I do in my company, they'll stay with me. And when I release it next year, I'm just seeing April next year that I'll be able to release the certification seminar for the caregivers. I just keep seeing April for some reason that I'll be able to release that. And the
Yes.
CEU credit for the courses will come behind that. But I'm really concerned about the speaking engagement, because that's where the big money is, the speaking engagements, getting them booked for this year and getting booked out for 2025. I don't have to worry about the book signings, but because I already have those booked out. So I'm just concerned with the speaking events and getting my consultations. And I believe that the speaking events, when I do the speaking events, I'll be doing consultations at the end, like I did at the other speaking event that I've done. So do you see me getting any speaking events for this year, or they all will be for next year?
I see you getting at least one for this year, but a lot of them are going to come in next year. So, and Alicia, we're coming down to the last 30 seconds of our show. This has been an amazing conversation with you. I hope it's been helpful, and I wish you so much luck. You're going to be so fantastic.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Good night.
All right, everyone, that does it for me. I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful long weekend. Enjoy yourself, and I will see you next week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome. Happy Wednesday. Happy Hump Day. I'm your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the always beautiful Moonstruck TV. Every time I get on my lives, I think, or on my podcast, I think, gosh, I really need to have some common saying I say. And then I got thinking about it. I do every time. I love just the Wednesday, happy hump day. So that's my thing, right? So happy Wednesday. I'm so excited for today. I'll tell you, I just want to share a couple things really quick. And then, of course, we'll dive into affirmations because I did pull affirmations today. I found my affirmations cards. I felt like, for some reason they were kind of in hiding. And then I came upon them and I thought, all right, well, we have a couple affirmations, which they ended up, I pulled the affirmation card according to the numbers that have been popping up in my head today from either spirit or from my guides or whoever may be, intuition, whatever may be there. And as I'm pulling that card out, another one fell. And I looked at both of them and they both are so similar. So it's really interesting. So I'll read those here in a moment to you. But just some fun, exciting things I wanted to share. This Saturday, here in Utah, they have what's called a Wendover Fun Bus, and I am going to be having an event. So I have a few tickets left. It will be sold out. So if you're interested, if you're here in Utah and you want to go on this Wendover Fun Bus. Now, what it is we'll be meeting at a certain location. We'll be hopping on the Fun Bus, and for the 2-hour drive to Wendover, Nevada, where they have casinos and good food and entertainment. That 2-hour drive, I'll be doing readings and just connecting with those who are on the Fun Bus. Then we'll get off the Fun Bus, go gamble, go eat, and then get back on the Fun Bus later in the evening, come back home. So it's a fun full day, but just so much fun. And the tickets are very affordable. They're only $50 per person, and you get 25 of that back in free play at the casinos. So if you're interested, it's going to be so much fun. We're just going to have a party and just celebrate. But we're also going to be honoring my husband's grandmother, who would have been 102 on August 31st. And she loved Wendover. She loved gambling. So we're going to have a good time there. So if you're interested, you're out this way, or heck, if you want to, travel to Utah, I do have some fans that are coming to see me from Arizona. So shout out to them for sure. So to Julie and to my cute friend Melly Jelly, as she calls herself. But they'll be coming here from Arizona. So excited. Many fun things coming. But also, I have another event in the works, and that is going to be an all-age event. That will be at a movie theater and more to come there. So all this information is on my website, and that is mini-medium.com. So mini-medium.com. And the all the information is there to purchase the tickets and any other information, or email is there, all of it. So if you're interested in any of these upcoming events, check it out for sure. Okay. All right. So I am going to go ahead and let's read these beautiful affirmations, my friend. So the number that's been coming up today, I had a client, beautiful young lady that came and she wanted to channel her, which I didn't know this until we got into a reading because I tell my clients, don't tell me anything. And she wanted to channel her grandmother and her grandfather. And there were some unanswered questions with grandma. And I have seen the number 1010 today, which I wouldn't say it's just the number 10, but it's got to go with the other 10. So either the soul is wanting to connect to the number 20, or this is connecting to October 10th. So we'll kind of see how that meshes with my callers tonight. Or, as some of you know, tonight at 8 p.m. Mountain Time, I will be on my YouTube, which is Mini Medium 75. And I'll be going live, and that number may connect to someone that's on my live. So we'll see. It's fun. Hop on. It's more free readings, and we just channel loved ones in spirit, or I'll connect with you in a personal way. And we have a fun group every Wednesday night. It's like a party. It's a virtual party with a mini medium. So if you're interested in that, head on over. That is free. And then I just pick who I'm drawn to. All right. So the number 10, 1010. And so I picked, ironically, 2 cards fell out of the deck or connected. So the first one, which these are affirmations. So if you want to think of an affirmation, it's where you are, whatever this thing is going to be something you're going to want to just solely, completely absorb it and own it and have it manifest. So the first one, which these both make so much sense, and you'll see why in a minute. The first one says, I am deserving of respect, love, and happiness. I give respect, love, and happiness too. I'll show how beautiful these cards are on the live here. And then the beautiful butterflies. These cards are just gorgeous. I love the butterflies. And of course, we really connect to butterflies with our loved ones. It's a very common sign. The other one, which and it goes beautifully with it, says, the door that closes for me is the wrong door. The door that opens for me is the right door. So, and that just seems like such an obvious affirmation or an obvious saying, but really a lot of people focus so much on what door is closed and trying to force something that's just not going to happen. So if it's not happening, if it doesn't feel right, my friends, move on and wait until that door of opportunity opens. And that goes right along with the I'm deserving of love and respect and happiness because I give it. So it's all about that karmic energy, right? So we'll see how that beautiful karmic energy and this amazing full moon, the big old super blue moon that we just had, the energy is still there. So the veil between us and the spiritual world is very thin right now. So we'll see how this meshes with my first caller. And I have Mary from Australia. Hi, Mary. This is Mini Medium. How are you?
Hi. Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. How can I help you tonight, my friend?
I just wanted to get if you could pick up anything about love.
With love. Okay. Oh, I love it. Okay. I love love. I love readings. So let's see what we get here. Now, just out of curiosity, my friend, do you connect with the numbers I was mentioning earlier, the either October 10th or the number 20?
Yes, my son's birthday is October 10th.
Your son's birthday is what? I'm sorry.
And on the 10th.
Oh, perfect. Okay, perfect. And is your son still here in the physical world?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, well, this is your beautiful guides on the other side or your loved ones in spirit wanting to just validate that you and I are going to be connected together, being that this is your son's, day of birth. And now as I'm pulling cards out for you, Mary, to talk about love, you pulled a 10 of Pentacles. So I don't know if they have casinos in Australia or you can go bet, but I would go bet on the number 10 for now. It's very strong for you. Do they have casinos in Australia? Maybe that's a dumb question.
Pardon? What was that?
Do they have gambling in Australia? Just out of curiosity.
Yes. Yes, they do.
Okay. Okay. I just wondered. The number 10 is very strong for you right now. So if that's something you do, I'm just saying the 10 is really popping up. Okay. All right, my friend. So a couple things with your card. And I just wanted to pull a couple cards to see how it's meshing with my vision. And you pulled 2 pentacle cards. One is reversed and one is right side up. And I'll show that on the live here. Now, the pentacles represent something of value to you. So obviously, you value yourself and your son, your family, but there's such an emphasis on really needing to value the love coming back to yourself. And I'm not feeling a connection at the moment with a love interest, but I do feel you have someone very interested in you. Do you understand that? Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay, beautiful. Okay. And is this a male?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, perfect. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. I'll tell you, I feel like the relationship between the two of you is so family oriented. I feel like and that's why your son's birthday is coming up. That's exactly where this is, where this man, this relationship that you have really values the dynamics of family and the connection with family. Do you understand that?
Yes, I certainly do understand that.
Yeah, perfect. He's a good guy, my friend. He's a good guy. I feel like he's just a little bit nervous or apprehensive right now because he's just, he's had his heart hurt in the past, and so have you for that matter. I keep picking up on a very water sign. Can I ask what your zodiac sign is?
Mine's Aries.
You're a fire. And what is he?
The guy is a Virgo.
So he's the earthy. So you got fire and earth. Okay. I want you to just be mindful of this water sign. Now you're a fire sign. That makes sense because the water will put out that fire. So this is a past relationship. Yeah. So just be mindful of kind of protecting your energy with that one. Okay.
Definitely.
Yeah, not a good feeling. I just got really nauseous with that one. 13. Do you connect with the number 13?
No.
Okay, that's okay. It might be my next caller. I literally just looked up at the time, and here in Utah, it's 6:13. It's really interesting. 13 is a very significant number. So I think this might be the next caller. So I'll push that to the side. No, I'm going out 13 weeks. That's what this is, my friend. So I'm going out 13 weeks, puts us out about 3 more months. So by the end of the year, you're going to be coming to that crossroad with this gentleman of where we're going to continue and take the next step in the relationship, or we're going to start to just go separate ways. So just watch for that. I like him. I like the connection. I think the two of you have a he kind of grounds you. He really kind of grounds you. Yeah.
It makes me happy. So
yeah, that's exactly it. But you have such a fun, feisty personality, and he loves that too, by the way. you do have a fun. Yeah. Are you spontaneous? One of you is very spontaneous.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, perfect. Enjoy that together because I feel like that's what's going to help this relationship just go even further. Okay. When it comes to your son, I do have a mother soul stepping in. Has your mom passed?
Yes, she has.
Okay. I just want you to know your mom is here with me, and she's mentioning your son. And I just feel a sense of she's very protective of your son. They
Yeah.
oh, she says they share a lot in common, and I almost feel like there's also a birthday connection or anniversary. I'm not sure what this is, but
Well, Mum's birthday is in September, and her passing is, well, her cremation was on my birthday.
That's why she's mentioned. Okay. Oh, that just gave me goosebumps everywhere. Wow. Okay. So just know that your mom is so loving and so protective of you and your son. And just, I'll tell you, she likes this guy too. That's why she's here. She likes this new
Yes,
guy.
I know.
She's very.
I've always said that she's sending my way.
She did.
Difficult. Pardon?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I said she did. You're right.
Yeah, but I don't think he understands the connection properly.
Agreed. Yep. And that's the apprehension I'm getting from him.
And I'm just scared to contact him to tell him exactly how I actually feel.
Yeah, and with your Aries, that fiery Aries that you are. Now, I feel like you're on a cusp though. Are you, can I ask the date of your birthday?
The 7th.
The 7th. Okay, you're not on a cusp. Maybe he is. Do you know when his birthday is?
The 25th of August.
Okay, he's pretty close. He's right on that little bit, so that makes sense. So just, I agree with you, my friend. I know I've got another caller waiting now, but take it slow. But I would say like I said, the crossroads that are coming up here in the next 3 months, it literally is going to come to where we're going to work this out. I'm going to tell you how I feel, or you got to go separate ways because life's so dang short,
Yeah. Thank
All
you
right,
so
my
much.
friend. Oh my gosh, you're so welcome. And I'm so glad that your mom came through and just to give you that little validation. I hope that gave you some comfort as well.
It certainly did. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. You have a wonderful night. Thanks again. All right. Beautiful. Hey, we have time for another caller. Awesome. This is Carolyn from Massachusetts. Hi, Carolyn. This is Mini Medium. How are you?
Hello. I'm fine, thank you. How are you? Thanks for having me.
I'm doing. Oh my gosh, you're so welcome. Thank you for calling in. How can I help you tonight?
I am always wondering if my son will find love.
Oh, I love that. Okay, I can't help but think of the synchronicity right now. And I don't know if you heard the previous caller, but her mom, who has passed, came through a little bit and validated her son's birthday. And her question was about love. And then you come on, and now it's, will my son find love? And this is the beautiful way. Isn't that amazing? And that's the universe. That's the universe and our guides working together so that we can really get the answers we need. Oh, it's beautiful. Hey, all right, my friend, I'm going to pull up your cards here just to kind of see how they'll mesh with my visions. Now, do you by chance connect with that number, 1010 or the number 20?
Well, 20, no. My birthday is October 21.
Okay, perfect. Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Boy, the 10s have been very strong today. So, so this just validates, well, you have a very strong father figure. I can feel connecting with me. And here I am, I'm pulling these cards out. And this is the craziest thing because my last caller, I mixed up these cards. I just put them out. My last caller picked up this 10 of Pentacles card, just like you did. So, oh, and my producer's amazing. Okay, I have to tell you, the last call that I just did, I picked up the number 13, and my producer, who's very intuitive, picked up your birthday. So 10 plus 2 plus 1 is 13. Isn't that incredible?
Yeah.
Do you have a father that has passed or a grandfather? Very, very father energy right now.
My father passed when I was 7, but my father-in-law I'm very close to. But that's it.
Yeah. Okay. I have to show you something. This is interesting really quick, and we will talk about your son's love. But I have your dad, because your other card, my friend, is this 7 of Pentacles. The 7 is connecting to the age that you were when Dad passed. Isn't that incredible? And the 10 representing your birthday. It's so beautiful. Okay. This validates that you've got both dads, I feel, on the other side, helping your son along the way to find love. And the one thing that I'm really feeling from the two dads is that your son has got to, for one, relax. He's searching for it, but yet he's doing it kind of behind the scenes. It's very interesting, the vision I'm getting. It's like the energy is out there, but he's not doing anything. He's behind the scenes.
No,
it's almost like
I believe it.
Like
I believe it.
Bring them to me is kind of the feeling. I'm just waiting.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Oh, he's definitely. He's not losing any sleep over this, but I am.
Yeah. Oh, your dad just said, I got a grandbaby waiting. I just heard Dad say, I have this grandbaby. So are you a grandma yet?
I am 3 times.
Oh my gosh, I love it. Okay. So just know I
Not
feel
with
this
him,
is
though.
Yeah, no, exactly. So this is one of the dads. I feel like this is your dad, not father-in-law, but your dad saying, I have the soul of this beautiful baby waiting to gift into your son's life. But he's got it. Oh, I just heard he's got to get off the couch. Do you understand that?
I do.
That's hilarious. He's got to get his butt moving. And earlier I was picking up on the water sign. What is your son's zodiac sign, my friend?
Libra.
A Libra. Okay. So he's that airy sign. So that makes the air and water are very ebb and flow. I'm a Gemini. So it's just you just kind of go with the flow. That's kind of what your son's doing right now.
Absolutely.
We need to find him a fire sign. Oh.
His girlfriend broke up with him and stole the dog from daycare. He's devastated. He still has the dog bed, the dog crate in his apartment. Oh yeah.
That's like having a child, be gone,
his first
those little
dog.
fur babies. Oh. Would you understand why I'm seeing a Frenchie? The little Frenchie dog or the pugs?
A Frenchie dog? No.
Okay.
No.
Keep that in mind. Like the little pugs or the little Frenchies. I don't know what that's about. What kind of dog is the breed of your son's dog? A lab.
It was a mix. It was a great dog, but he loved it.
Yeah.
He took him. Yeah.
Oh, that breaks my heart.
I know. Tell me about it.
Well, let me tell you, I love that you, as a mom, are giving your beautiful energy to manifest that your son find love. And I'll tell you, it's very interesting because your dads are bringing me to the affirmations that I pulled just a bit ago for the week. And the one that please share this with your son, because I feel like this is one of your dads, if not both, wanting to share this message. And it says, I'm deserving of respect, love, and happiness because I give respect, love, and happiness too. That is your son.
Yes,
he just
absolutely.
He puts out all of that giving energy, almost too much, almost to a fault. But then he's not getting it back in return. It's that karmic energy is just not happening.
Yeah.
So
he's 37. He has to hurry up.
Oh my goodness. Well, yeah. I mean, I had my my youngest daughter at 37. So, it's still not too late, Mama. You got some time.
No, I was 41 when I had my last child. I was 41 when I had my daughter. Yeah. I was 21 when I had Michael.
Wow.
I was 21 when I had him.
That's incredible. Well, I'll tell you some things I do see for him. Now, does he live at home or he's living with others?
No, he lives on his own.
He does. Okay.
He lives in a house. He lives in a house that is 4 apartments.
Oh, okay. Like a fourplex. Okay. That's probably what I'm seeing, because I feel like he has a lot of energy of other people around him in his house, dynamics and the energy in his home.
His job, his energy at home. Yep.
Yeah. The energy. Yeah. That's a big part of why he's not attracting his person.
Yes, it is. It's because his only day off is Wednesday.
Oh my goodness. Oh,
and he plays hockey all the other times.
Wow.
But he's very good looking. He doesn't have a problem meeting women.
Yeah, that's what I see. That's where I feel like he's wanting a relationship. He's putting out that energy, but he's not putting it into action. He's just kind of waiting for someone to come his way. And unfortunately, that's just not work. Yeah. So some intuitive advice that I feel for you, Mama. For one, let him listen to this reading, because I really feel that he needs to feel validated. I do. By the end of the year, I do.
And this child is a girl. I can feel it.
Yes. Oh, yes. He'll be a great girl daddy, by the way. It's so
I believe it. He wants a boy, but I can see him as a girl dad.
Yeah. Well, I hope this helped you, my friend. I've got to wrap up my show, but thank you so much for calling in. I appreciate it.
You made me feel wonderful. Thank you so much for your gift.
Good.
I appreciate you.
You're so welcome. It's my pleasure. You have a beautiful night, okay?
Thank you. You too. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye. You betcha. Bye-bye. All right, you guys, that's a wrap. Another beautiful week. I will see you guys next week. Bye, guys.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from PsychicPaths.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites. websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Psychic Back on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio. I am Suzanne Ree, and I'm here to do some really good readings, I hope. Right now I'm trying to get my stuff together here. How is everyone? I hope everyone is doing well. We have really a lot of energy going on solar-wise. Last week, well, you know about the eclipse last month, and then we had the Uranus conjunct Jupiter, which is change in luck last week, and tomorrow we have Pluto going retrograde, and that is not a bad thing. That's a good thing. That means a great deal of healing that we need is going to start transcending us. So I am ready for that healing. I don't know about you, but Pluto retrograde really sounds good to me. And then we're going to have Taurus, we have Venus and Taurus, which is a lot of love going on. And we have Mars and Aries, which means that we will have to be dealing with some anger and some fear. But we can process it, we can go through it, and it's going to be great. I want to thank everyone who came to the fair in St. Cloud, Minnesota last weekend. I just love seeing everyone in person and being able to feel that physical connection. So yeah, thank you so much. We have Carolyn from Massachusetts. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing okay. I didn't expect this reading. I just got a message and I'm really excited to talk to you.
Oh, good. Now, you weren't expecting a reading?
I didn't. I got a message on my phone and it said call in for a reading and I said, okay.
Absolutely, you needed it. Wow.
I did.
Oh. Congratulations. I'm so glad that you called in. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
What can I help with tonight?
Well, a lot's been going on. How long will my husband be out of work?
Okay. Hang on a minute. Let me see what Spirit says. It's been a while from what Spirit said. It's been a while. I want you to be able to tell your husband not to give up hope and not to get too down in the dumps about it. I feel like, let's see. I feel within the next 2 weeks he should have a job. Something is going on for him, benefiting him. And it could be all the solar stuff going on. This is going to be a really great month for opportunities. And I do feel like he's ready and willing for an opportunity. I just felt like he's a little down in the dumps. And there's some disappointment and some anger from other jobs in the past. So that's what I see.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I feel that there's more of a frustration within you too. Would you like to ask any questions for yourself? I feel like you're really frustrated.
No, not at all. He just lost his job 2 days ago.
Okay. It feels like a
And
long
he
time. It really
been
does
2
feel
days.
like a long time. I was asking about you though, not concerning the job, but something personally
Uh-huh.
for yourself.
No, I don't really want to. I don't have anything on my mind.
This is
I could ask about my
surprising.
brother. Yeah,
What about your brother?
I'm wondering about his financial situation. Will it get better? He's really struggling.
Yeah, I do believe that that will happen too. Um, I feel that that will take some time. I think before the end of 3 months, he should be
Oh.
okay. Um, and he makes some different decisions that he's changed in himself. I feel
Yep.
like it's his decisions and his need to focus on what he feels is important is going to really do that. But I do think it's going to be in about 3 months.
Okay, that's good news.
So,
That's very
so
good news.
with this lengthiness, I'm going back now to the first question. Did he have that job long? Is that what I'm getting? Because I feel like something's been happening for a while.
I'm going to agree with that now. I'm going to agree with that because it was job sabotage and jealousy
Oh wow.
that got him. Yeah. Do you feel anything like that? He got fired from his job.
I feel like there's anger,
personal.
and I feel like it's righteous anger with that.
Okay.
And I think it's going to take some time to heal with him because to go to work, you need to trust the people around you. And I feel like he's been somewhat wounded. And maybe that's why he needs hope. And that's why he needs to stay uplifted because not every place is going to be like that. And I dare say that a lot of people wouldn't act on it the way that was going on. So I just want him to stay hopeful and have faith that things are going to be better. But I did feel the anger and the frustration, and I did feel like
he felt betrayed.
Okay, yeah. So just tell him to keep his head up and be hopeful. Don't lose hope.
Okay.
That was one incident, not his whole life. We tend to feel that way when we're portrayed like that's been forever, but it's not. So I just don't want him to lose hope.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much. I actually have to go, but I appreciate this reading. Thank you.
Go ahead and have a wonderful week. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
So hello everyone. This gives me a chance to speak a little bit. During the fair last weekend, it kind of made me wonder if I was going to teach a class, which there are in certain psychic wellness venues. I think it would be to try to really make this world a loving, kind place. I think that judgment and opinions and certain things that are secular, just there's an overpowering need for that in this world. But I want the world to be a better place by loving and kindness. We don't know just exactly how important our opinions are, but I can say that they're not that important. We should live by example. And I say should, but I don't want to say should. But if everyone lived by example of the things that they believed in, like loving and kindness, accepting their neighbors and whatever, a whole lot of things would feel better. if we were kinder and more loving towards each other, I think the world would feel better. Compassion. I like the idea of compassion being our guide as to how to deal with other people. All of it. And going to Jesus. Jesus said to love one another. Buddha said to love everything up and down and over and under. So we do need that. This is a time to just really be kind to each other. A smile is contagious. A thoughtful gesture may be really meaningful to the person that you don't know what they're going through. So I think that I would teach that, but just like in these minutes, I don't know how I could convey just on how important it is that we as human beings get along with each other. If you can't say anything nice, don't say it. If you don't want something to come back to you, you don't say it. So that's what I would do. And with that, I know that all my listeners and all my supporters understand this. I hope that that made sense. The other thing is that we all have the ability to transform ourselves and not stay stuck in depression or pain. It's our mind that can go ahead and push us forward, catapult us to a place of peace and understanding. And sometimes it's the trauma and the drama that makes us do that. It makes us do that by being uncomfortable. I think that if we were all comfortable, nobody would grow, nobody would change, nobody would need to. So if you're going through the pain of awakening or changing, love and light to you. I'm totally behind you and caring and loving. Change doesn't happen a lot without pain. So please be gentle with yourself and be with the people who will support you. All right. Well, thank you for giving me tonight. I love you guys, and I will see you next week. Bye-bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Insights with Solaris with Jennifer. Live from Solaris.1. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Insights with Solaris on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Good evening, good night, wherever and whenever you are watching this. I am Jennifer with Insights with Solaris. Welcome. If you've been here before, you'll know that I love to open up with a general reading for the collective. And these are typically energies that are surrounding this week, and more about how to use the energies that are coming forward and try to turn your week around for whatever you need. And let's see, so we are coming out straight ahead with the seven of air, or well, the seven of swords and the four of swords. So it is not a time to make plans. And I think I've been saying this for a couple of weeks. It just seems like it's not the right time to put anything to actions or just information that you don't have. And you just need to take a break from whatever is going on and wait for that communication to come forth, because you just do not have all the information to really know what is the best decision to make. So you need to stand back and sit with your intuition. For somebody, that may just be that gut feeling. Other people may be seeing signs from birds flying by or seeing pennies on the ground or feathers. Your intuition is going to help you through this phase, but just know that it's not a great time to make any long lasting decisions because you're not seeing the possibilities. There's a level of discontentment just overall in the collective energy. And so it's like you're not wanting to look at other opportunities because there's still something that you're working to walk away from in order to embrace what's coming forward. And let's see, any other. Yeah, for a lot of people, you're really wrapping up some chapters in your life. You're closing the book and you're ready to start something new. But that time is not right now. So just take that moment of reflection. Think back of what you need to finally walk away from, and then allow your intuition to lead the rest of the way. And you'll be fine. Just hang in there. September seems like it's going to be a little bit of a rough month for a lot of people, especially with earth signs. Fire signs as well. You may get a little bit of boosted energy, but just know that don't move too quickly because you'll end up making mistakes if you're not following the details. So just keep that in mind as you continue on with the rest of the week. And we will take our first caller, which I believe we have Salita. So hello, Salita. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing good. Have you ever had a tarot reading before?
I have. It's been a while.
Well, I'm glad that you can come back. So what type of questions do you have tonight?
Basically, I'm looking for some sort of guidance. Everything seems to be going wrong in my life right now.
Yeah, we all have those moments, right? Sometimes they're more of the character building moments in our lives, but they're never comfortable and they always seem to be going wrong left and right.
Right.
I'm immediately being picked up on a mother energy. Now, this could be yourself or this could actually be your mother. Have you had anything come up with the kind of feminine side of your family lately?
No, my mother is passed.
Okay.
She actually passed this month in 2016, September in 2016.
All right, I'll keep an eye on that card and see what more information is coming forward here, because I just immediately felt a very maternal figure come forward. Also possibly a grandparent as well. So we'll put that to the side right now. Let's focus on the present. And then if any messages do come forward specifically, I'll let you know.
Okay.
So I see that there is definitely going on, some excessive worrying too. And there also maybe, are you kind of juggling between a couple of decisions needing to be made?
Well, yes, yes, I am.
Tell me more.
I'm out of work right now, so I'm juggling with trying to find a job. And I'm also juggling with whether to keep a person in my life or not.
Okay. Yep, I can see the different cards coming out in different aspects. So, okay. So it seems, yeah, something immediately happened, something that you need your immediate attention right now. And that is like, you need to dig deep a little bit into your emotions. Now, on the job front, that is going to require some immediate action, but you need to be a little bit careful of what you apply to when you are looking forward, because you don't want to step into a workplace that is going to ruin your mental health. And there is a bit of a risk of that there, of just accidentally accepting a job offer with very difficult people to work with. So just keep that in the back of your mind as you're job hunting. But overall, especially with this maternal energy and this very angelic energy too coming in, you are being watched over and with balanced scales. And what I mean by that, as long as you've been working towards like, okay, be trying to be a good person, that is going to come back and that's going to help balance you where you are right now. And I don't see anything here like saying, oh my gosh, you made terrible decisions or you're mean to people. This is telling me that, okay, you've been acting like a very kind person. Okay, you've been patient, you've been empathetic, you've been trying to be the best type of person you can be. So that does go to show me that the universe is going to kind of help you balance things as you move forward. So let's see what we can get more about this job front. Yeah, definitely some delays, but it is a temporary pause in action. What advice do we have for moving in the career? Okay. So it does look like one thing that you do have going for you is that you're able to collaborate with you and people do like you. You're able to work with other people. So potentially reach out to others that you know. Perhaps you are talking to your friend. They're like, oh, yeah, I think we're hiring. And then you can kind of like, oh, do you think that you could help me connect to the person to ask for an interview type thing? So work through your connections in order to help find that next employment opportunity. Okay, work with your connections because that's going to help push you into that. Now, regarding a relationship, overall, it does seem like peace is coming to you, a happy relation coming to you. I mean, you have the Hierophant here, which is typically about marriage, traditional values. You got the Four of Wands, which is a very great indicator of a happy and stable home life, along with the Queen of Cups and the King of Air. So there may be some conflict from somebody who is coming in a little bit more emotional and the other person is possibly a little bit more standoffish. Not because they don't care about you, or if this is you, you don't care about the other person. They're just approaching it more in that logical mindset.
I'm the emotional. He's the standoffish.
Yeah. So it's not that he's standoffish, okay? Because you're coming up as that Queen of Cups, that emotion. Again, kind of that mother energy as well. And he's coming in as the King of Swords. So that's the professional, that's the diplomat, that's someone who's typically impartial, but can be very blunt as time. It does seem like, if it hasn't happened already, that there's going to be another significant life event that is going to kind of reshape the relationship. Has anything crazy or significant happened in your relationship at this moment where you have that toss up in the air?
No, we live pretty far apart. But nothing crazy happened lately. It's been this way for a little while.
Okay. So.
But it just doesn't seem like it's going anywhere. It's just here. It's just.
Where is it going?
I don't know. Yeah. It's just stuck. I'm ready to.
If you're not together in that close proximity, mine especially. So what I'm seeing here is that there is some fear behind here. So there are some ego-based fears. And this usually comes, it could be rejection. It could be that fear of abandonment, which is what seems like you're pulling through. But on their side, it seems like they're a bit worried and fearful too of being rejected. So you guys do have a mirroring going on here. You need to trust your intuition. Because, right, you're coming in with that beautiful, incredible queen energy who knows what's going on because you observe and you see. So trust in what you are seeing with the other person. But not everything that you're seeing is currently within the right time, because I see great indicators here that it could come into a beautiful, strong, and healthy relationship with a renewal here with different life experiences. and more communications coming in. So the potential is here, but there is that fear, and both of you are going to have to sit down and like, okay, where do I need inner strength to face my fears? Okay, and can we talk about this together in order to decide what do we really want with each other? And it's okay that you come in and you say, okay, this is what I need from you as a partner. And if you have expectations, okay, I would like to hear them too. And you guys can work and communicate through this. Because again, you have the renewal card here. We have the High Priestess. We have the 8 of Fire, the 4 of Fire. But as of right now, it seems like a major fear is surrounding finances. So, and that seems to be holding back a lot of things right now because that additional burden is kind of fogging the glass from you being able to see clearly. How does this other person feel towards you? Oh yes, they definitely like you. There's definitely a lot of passion and wanting to be with you, wanting to communicate with you, wanting to build something to you, but definitely wanting to converse with you. What are their intentions? Yeah, they would like a home life with you. They would like that project, but again, it's just not exactly the right timing, and that's because there is anxiety here, and that's okay if it's not the right timing. Let's see overall connection. Overall connection, take some time, review what you want because you do have this burden of the finances and the worries coming through. There are great indicators for this relationship, but you really need to spend some time with yourself, get yourself back together so you can show up in a way that you can come in more logical, and you can find that balance and help him find the emotion as well. Does that make sense?
Right.
All right. Again, there's a lot of indications of a happy and healthy relationship. Just spend some time on yourself to help get your foundation nice and settled.
Okay.
I know. Do your best and just allow yourself to continue to bring in that lovely queen energy. And feel free to call on your mother too. I feel like she's watching you.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, my cherished ducklings. I'm Perry Lyons. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic. Well, I am. And I'm so happy you're here. I'm so happy I'm here. I'm so happy anybody's here, frankly. So I am here tonight to answer your most pressing questions, to press your most answering questions, and to generally be as helpful as I can within New York City statutes. I feel a little giddy. I bought this new eyeshadow it's made out of hemp, which is, of course, pot, which I don't smoke because I'm allergic to it. I put it in my eyelids, and I swear to God, it's seeping through my system. I'm like, wee! Anyway, so it's so good to be back, and it's so good to see you. And it's Virgo season. It's duck season. It's wabbit season. Sorry, that's an old Bugs Bunny cartoon. Virgo season makes it sound like it's open season on Virgos, but what that actually means is we're in the time of the sun sign Virgo. We're in the Virgo season of the year. And it also means that that is kind of the prevailing mood right now. Virgo is a very misunderstood sign. People think that it's about being sort of compulsive, OCD, and like the kind of person who, when they passes a coffee table in somebody else's house, stops and puts all the objects in like a straight line. But actually, what Virgo is about is purity. It's about idealism. I remember I said this to Moby a long time ago. We were talking about him being a Virgo. I guess a Verbo is somebody who does a lot of things because verbs are very active. Hi, Kathy in Washington. I'll be with you in 5 minutes, maybe 3. So hang out. And I did just drop a name, but I get to because, we're friends. And I said, we were talking about my realization that Virgo is a very Wyoming, not Washington. Thank you. Thank you. My producer has forgotten that I'm ADD, so he just flashed Wyoming, not Washington. Or was I? Anyway, so I was saying that Virgo is actually about purity rather than obsessive compulsive disorder. And he laughed and told me that he showed me a tattoo he had called said Purity and said that was the name of his first record company that he'd started. And it's also a good time. It's September, so it's always a good time to kind of get stuff in order. We all have that back to school feeling. But it is a good time to start putting structure into your life according to your priorities. It's a good time to start putting in place the things that will be the cause to the effect that you want later. But what I mean by that is it's a good time to start understanding that what we do now has consequences, and we can make them really terrific consequences if we figure out what our priorities are and act in alignment with those priorities and be disciplined enough with ourselves, except without leather or chains or whips, unless that's your thing, in which case knock yourself out. But be disciplined enough with ourselves to stay sort of focused on that aligning with our priorities path, which means essentially if you've decided you want to lose 20 pounds by November, you put a structure in place where you have planned out for the next 2 months what you're going to eat, what you're not going to eat. And by the discipline thing, what I mean is when that thought comes up in your mind, like I would really like to have 120 cupcakes right now, which occurs to me about every 10 minutes, you just say that's not in my priorities list. It's not in alignment with my goal. And then you go ahead and eat them, but you don't tell anybody. That's the important part. Okay. All right, my Wyoming darling, are you still there?
I am.
Hello, Wyoming darling. And tell me your first name again, went off screen.
Kathy.
Hey, Kathy. With a C or a K? Okay.
With a K.
Kathy's with a K are very different than Kathy's with a C. I like them better, frankly, but don't tell anybody. So, all right. I like to, aside from the 500,000 people watching, aside from that, it's a secret. So, how can I help you today?
I'm trying to get into a field of work, but I don't know if it's, the place I need to be. One of the things is like where I'm located now, which is in Wyoming. And it's kind of funny because you said from Washington, and that's where I'm from.
I can't switch it off. Yeah. Where in Washington are you from?
Tacoma, Puyallup, Lakewood.
Yeah, it's still in your aura. So you want to get into film. You're in Wyoming. Oh, and tell me what day your birthday is. You don't have to tell me the year, but I like to connect with people through their birthdays.
12/20.
Oh, really? What a great day.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you identify as a Sagittarius or a Capricorn?
Sagittarius.
Good. Yes. Okay. I think what you're feeling, because I'm actually about to tell you something you already know, which is that you're pretty intuitive. And one of the things you're feeling is that, in fact, it is possible to break into film in the area you're in. There's a fair amount of movie stars live in Wyoming, for one thing. You're also near Jackson Hole, which is like Aspen. It's a town where a lot of kind of high prestige, high power film people meet each other. So my first suggestion would be, do you want to get into production? What aspect of film? Hold on a second. I will tell you. I feel like you're interested in screenwriting and directing. I feel like that's sort of, are you more interested in film acting? That was a complicated question. Which part of film are you interested in getting into?
My work is actually like right now. I just left healthcare as a CNA and went to the front desk at the Holiday Inn. And so I'm just having some difficulties there, and I'm not sure if that's where I'm supposed to be or not. And I'm kind of playing with the idea.
All right. Forgive me. I completely misheard the question. And to my audience, I'm sorry, guys. We're going to rewind that. Okay, Kathy, so you didn't say film work. You're looking for a new job, right?
I'm trying to figure out where I'm at, if it's the right place for me to be, or if there's a better place for me to be.
I think there is a better place for you to be. It also feels like where you're working is geographically kind of, it's inconvenient in some way. I don't know, this is going to sound weird, but there's something about it that is just not comfortable to me. Either you have to sit in a kind of an ugly lobby, but there's something about the building itself that is not working for me. I apologize. There's something going on with the Wi-Fi here. I'm pixelated, so forgive me. I think that you like the interaction with people. I think that you're very good with people, and you could take that and step it up a notch. Now that for some reason I brought up Jackson Hole, what I do want to ask is, are you close to a place, are you in a small town, or are you close to a town that has a higher level of, how can I put this? Oh, money coming in. The reason I ask this is because I strongly you're underselling yourself. I feel like you could actually get a job in a much more prestigious place that pays better because you are wonderful with people. You also have an unusual combination of qualities. What I mean by that is that you have the quality of both really liking and getting people and taking care of them, but you can also do the detail stuff and the managerial stuff. Is that correct?
Yes, I would love to be in managerial. I'm kind of needing to do like a step up, like you said, but I don't have any skills in the managerial area.
That's okay. What I would do is, okay, it feels to me you're here. What direction is that? It feels like northwest of where you are, about 20 miles. I'm not sure what's there. I might be, it feels like northwest to me. We'll make that north or west, but I still think northwest. I would look for some sort of luxury resort or some sort of a hotel in a more upscale chain, perhaps, because I know even where I am, like the hotels are really desperate for good people. And it sounds like you want to stay in the hospitality industry. But here's the thing. Right now, it's very fluid, and especially where you are. What I mean by that is all you need to do is get your foot in the door, get, for instance, another, get a reservation clerk, desk concierge kind of job, and then make sure that every day you come in, you're absolutely shining. That's a lot to ask of anybody, but you only have to do it for 6 weeks, because at the same time, what I'd like you to do is make yourself indispensable, because I feel there's a really big opportunity awaiting you. Sometimes, as my friend Dave Brickers, who teaches people how to do TED Talks and stuff, was saying something really good the other day about how we all want to manifest, but we also sometimes don't want to go out of our comfort zone. So I'm going to ask you to go a little bit out of your comfort zone, because I know that there's a really good job waiting for you. Otherwise, I wouldn't ask. And I would go, I think it's miles that way. So, and I would bring your resume, show them that say you're really willing to learn. You're really excited about learning the hospitality business. You're very committed, because that's what I get from you. And I think that you're going to do quite well. I don't think the Holiday Inn place is good for you. I think there's something about that building that has like bad vibes to me. Sort of depressing. I want you in a very pretty place. But I also want you to know that you have a lot to offer. And this is selfish, because if I come to Wyoming, and I stay at a hotel, you are the kind of person that I want behind that desk. Got it?
Yeah, I love greeting those people. The other question would be, am I in the right geographical location? Should I go back to Washington, or should I stay here?
I think that there is opportunity where you are. I think it's a little outside your immediate area, but I really do feel that there is opportunity there.
Okay. Yeah, I've got a big responsibilities that I got to take care of, and they're pretty important. So I want to be able to supply and demand, and plus enjoy my job.
Yeah. You do have a lot of responsibilities, and you're doing some stuff in place of at least one other person who should be helping you and isn't. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah. That'll change soon. Somebody else will be coming in to help you. I think, of course, don't quit one job till you get another. But you have such a lovely personality, and you have such lovely energy. And I can also see, I can't see you with my, but I can see you with my heart's eye. And what I see with my heart's eye is somebody who is very sincere. Honestly, I don't think you could lie if I asked you to. I was trying to think of, but I think you're very honest, which in the past has not always been convenient, but it's a great quality, right?
Yes.
And I think that every job you do with you bring all of yourself to it. So I think, again, there's a hotel, and there might be a couple, but just look for a hotel that seems so prestigious that it's out of your reach. And that's the one I want you to try first. Okay? And remember,
okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
You said it was like in the northwest or northeast?
Yeah, it's about 20 miles that way, but I'm sitting in Brooklyn. So I guess from where I'm going to say northwest at first, but don't let that hold you back. I might be I'm a wonderful psychic, but as a human compass, maybe not so good. But I would try north or northwest. But I really do feel that I really feel very strongly that this is something that's going to happen within the next 6 weeks. I feel that when you find yourself making reasons or excuses not to do it, that's a sign that you should actually do it. And I don't know, I have all the faith in the world in you. I see a really good time coming up for you. So
I'm excited.
Bless you, my love. And your kids are gorgeous. You. All right, take care, my love.
Thank you.
Oh, sure.
You
Be
too.
good. Thanks. All right, my darlings. We haven't done the psychic weather today. So I'm going to quickly just run through the cards I'm picking. We all know how the psychic weather works. Shannon in Richmond. Oh, I love Virginia. I'll be right there very quickly. This week starts out with the High Priestess card is coming into play in the next couple of days. Looks like this. There we go. And there's a full moon in Pisces coming up starting on the 10th, 11th, and 12th. You might want to look up my friend Elizabeth Grace's forecast. She spells Elizabeth with an S. Her last name is Grace. She does a great forecast. And full moon in Pisces is a once-a-year occurrence. Now, if you're a Pisces, it's probably three of the best days in the year for you, because when the moon is in our own sign, if you're Pisces and the moon's in Pisces, it's a wonderful couple of days. Everything goes your way. However, Pisces is also a little like, Neptunian, by which I mean there's might be a little tendency to dream or drink or do dreamy substances. So use that 3 days as a time for real inspiration, meditation, romance, very good time for romance. And if you're a Pisces, use those 3 days to ask for what you want. So I'm a Pisces, so I'll tell you what happens. So actually, Shannon, I want to say hi to you. Let's take the High Priestess and take that through the week. The High Priestess is getting in touch with our mystic, our psychic selves, our highest wisdom. And so this week, we're going to be doing a lot of meditating, a lot of asking ourselves lovely questions, and possibly having a glass of wine. So, Shannon, how can I help you, my love?
I am a Pisces, actually.
What day is your birthday?
My birthday is March 8th.
Oh, I'm March 18th. Hey, baby. You're the character part of...
Yeah, Pisces. I love being a Pisces.
It's pretty great, right? I feel sorry for those who are Pisces.
Very intuitive, very, you always get those feelings. I love it.
Oh, I'm so glad. Me too. And for all of you out there who aren't Pisces, we love you too. Just not as much.
Yes, we do. So I've lost two very important people to me since 2017, which is my dad and my daughter's father. And my life just hasn't been the same since. Just off, not happy, just those type of feelings. So I was just curious or wondering if they had anything to say or, anything along those lines.
And darling, I know exactly how you feel. It's it's so hard to explain to people who haven't had those kind of losses. But
yeah.
You will.
Or any advice for me to get back up on my, my pedestal.
You're already on your pedestal? You really are. I can see it from here. You're very radiant. You're charismatic. People adore you. But, it can be like, we can be very lonely for specific people and their specific people's energies in our lives.
Oh my gosh, I can absorb somebody's negative energy so fast. It's crazy.
Yeah. My friend Gabrielle, who's she's a good witch, Gabrielle Heron. She always tells me to put a ball of light around me and remember to just keep putting a big protective ball of light. I think of it as God's light. She thinks of it as goddess light. We both think of it as like a protective light that kind of just let it keep out negative energy. So maybe that's something that could help you a bit, because it's hard with neuropsychic or as intuitive as you are to walk outside and not just absorb everything. And
I hate it. I absolutely despise it.
Something else that helps is, and this is for everybody, if you want to sort of clean out any spiritual gremlins in your aura, I do like to read the 23rd Psalm out loud. I find that helps. It's a very beautiful piece of poetry. But aside from that, what I recommend is putting a 3/4 of a cup of kosher salt in a full bath, 3 drops of lavender oil, and staying in there for about 20 minutes, showering it off. What that does is it seems to kind of enhance any natural protection, give us a little more confidence, and kind of strengthens our aura. Sorry, that sounds kind of woo-woo, but I don't know why it works. Basically, if something works, I'll do it. So try that. Meanwhile,
yeah, I will definitely try. I do that every once in a while, but I've never used the kosher salt, so I will definitely try that.
I don't know why I prefer it. Maybe it's because I'm half Jewish. I don't know, but the bigger crystals seem to work better. Also, it makes your skin feel good. But just make sure that you shower and drain all of that off. Get all the gunkies out before you get out. But it make you feel wonderful. And
yep, I will definitely do that.
Your father is coming. Oh boy. Are you the only girl, or do you have a lot of brothers? I'm getting a lot of protective energy around you. Do you have?
No, I'm the only child with my dad and my mom. I'm the only child.
That's so weird. Okay, well, you know what? I'm not always usually right about siblings. Let me see if he's trying. I like him so much. Oh, is he like half Irish? There's something very jovial about him, and he's sort of, hold on a second.
I think we do have Irish. I think he does. I think I heard that from my grandfather, and my dad did. And I think so, yes.
Is there also sort of, well, let me get to your dad, but there's something about his heritage he's very proud of. That's kind of what I was getting at.
He has Indian in him.
Native American. Yes, sorry. That's what I was going to say. Forgive me. Yes. And it feels like Lakota or I'm not sure, but yes, thank you. I should have said it first. Dang. But yeah, that's the heritage that he's proud of. Oh, he's lovely. Oh, I know what I was getting. Okay. He treated you like you were a son and a daughter, right? Boy, did he love you.
Yeah, like he would come by me and like punch me in the arm, just playing around. It wasn't anything serious. Like he raced, so I always went to the racetrack with him and would work on the cars. So yeah.
Oh, and you were surrounded by guys. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, all the time.
I'm like, why are
he even told his biker friends when he knew he was passing away that they better look out for me.
Yeah. Okay. Those are the brothers. Excuse me. Those are the
he
brothers.
He called them his brothers. Yeah. He called them his brothers.
Thank you. Thank you. I couldn't figure that out. We've got 1 minute, so I'm a New Yorker. I'm going to talk really fast. Your dad was a badass with a heart of gold. He wants you to know that he's actually with you every second. I mean, of course, he'll leave at times if it's not appropriate, but his love is with you.
No, I feel him here. I feel him here. Like, I smell cigarette smoke and everything. I feel like my dad is here with me in my house.
Oh, yeah. No, he is there. Not in a scary way. He's there in a... It's funny because the picture I'm getting is literally of like an... like an angel holding a cigarette with like a black leather vest on. Like this.
He wore a black leather vest.
Yeah. Well, there you go. High five. So yeah, he's very much with you. Was he wasn't super tall, but he was about 5'11", about one.
Yeah, he wasn't very tall. No, he was, I would say around between 5'9", 5'10", 5'11", yeah.
60. He's totally with you. You can talk to him. You don't have to be scared. It's just his love for you is so present. It's almost like he's still here physically, honestly. I love this. And the love he has for you is so nourishing. It's going to keep me going for the rest of the week. So I'm so grateful I got to talk to you.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Zodiac Zone. 30 minutes of astrological insight with Melissa Mark. Live from mmastrovibes.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Zodiac Zone on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey everyone, welcome to Zodiac
zodiac zone where you're going to get 30 minutes of astrological insight. So a couple things I want to talk about tonight. First, we're going to have a new moon in Leo along with Mercury retrograde. That's a lot of energy, don't you think? Especially a lot of friends and clients contact me during Mercury retrograde and they're like, oh my God, what is going to happen with this retrograde? First of all, it's stationed in Leo. So Leo is everything about, it's ruled by the sun, and it's everything about us, how we love, how we show ourselves. So when Mercury retrograde is in Leo, it's really one of those things that we're going to think of, like, why are all the eyes on us? And a lot of people are going to go into their ego. They're going to think with their ego when they normally don't think with their ego. So I would say, watch out for that. And watch out for, it's always about with Mercury communication. And I always tell people to plan ahead for anything can go wrong because it's communication. It could be technology issues. And typically there's a 2-week shadow period before and after the retrograde. So I don't know about you, about everybody else, but I've been having problems with technology. I've been, canceled, like trips can get kind of funky as far as travel. So just be very mindful of all these things going on right now with this energy. I mean, here's the thing. I had a very close friend she is buying and selling her house, and she started freaking out. She was like, oh my gosh, this is all happening during the retrograde. What do I do? And here's the way it works. She started the process of looking for a house and selling her house way before the retrograde started. So if you do something like that, it's fine. The contract is already kind of done. It's already finished as far as this is what you want to do. Now you're just kind of going through the motions of buying or selling a house. The thing not to do is to decide during the retrograde, okay, I want to start the process. It's really not about that. It's really about kind of taking a step back and looking at what kind of reviewing what needs to be done. Because a lot of times, like I said, the communication during a retrograde can be kind of funky, and you're not going to necessarily get the communication correct. It could be a problem. So you would just want to make sure that cover all these bases as far as, hey, just take some time, review what you're doing, and then probably start the process after. But if you're during the process, you're going to be okay, so don't listen to all the noise out there and, oh my God, it's a retrograde and the sky is falling. It doesn't work like that in astrology. As far as the new moon in Leo, I think is going to be really amazing. And the reason why I say this is because it's really, Leo is about finding your heart, doing something very heart-centered, doing something that you love, that you feel very, very passionate about. And with this new moon starting on Sunday, this is something where you can find joy in things, find joy in somebody you love, find joy in something that you wanted to do or love, and really go deep with yourself. Where is it that you find joy? Where is it that you're going to be at your highest vibration? And that is really, I believe, what this new moon is about. So what I tell my clients and what I tell people is, here's a time to kind of write out very specifically what you want. We all have this amazing power to manifest. Unfortunately, manifesting has been kind of overused and demonized and made to look kind of stupid and silly, but it's really not. it's a technique that goes back many, many years ago, and it does work. But you have to be very heart-centered. You have to believe in what you're manifesting. It's not like, oh, I just want to win the lottery and I'm going to manifest it. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about deep heart-centered coherence where you feel something and you know that it's going to happen in the best time for you. So what I suggest is to write this, whatever this is for you, down and be very specific. And what you want to do is possibly write it on a piece of paper and fold it towards you, fold it towards your heart, and go outside and put it under, like, where, the moon can shine on it, and, put it out there to the universe, whatever this is that you desire. I know that I've tried this technique many times, and I was very surprised that, wow, I have this amazing ability to do this. And it's not just me, this is for you as well. So those are some of the things that I wanted to kind of say tonight. I mean, this weekend is going to be really good and really interesting, because at one point you're going to have this confusion, this ego kind of stepping in to, what you're doing. And then at another point, you're going to have to go deep inside who you are and what you're trying to manifest, and also where you're going to be heart-centered and where you're going to feel the best about yourself and love yourself. So that is the key. So those are the things I wanted to share with you tonight. Do I have Brittany?
Yes.
For my
hi.
first. Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Did some of that resonate with you tonight, Brittany, as far as really finding your heart and doing, going out and taking advantage of this new moon in Leo?
Yes. Yeah, I think it did. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I suggest you do that. And again, like I said, I was saying, it could feel a little uneasy because we have a Mercury retrograde in Leo as well. So it's kind of like checking our ego and saying, no, that's not what the ego, or that's not what the ego necessarily wants. It's really what your higher self and what you feel kind of drawn to. So anyway, okay. So what I'm going to do now is readings. I'm a vibrational evolutionary astrologer, so I focus really on the sole purpose of why you're here. So when is your birthday, day, month, year?
It is July 16th, 1993.
July 16th, 1993. Okay. And the time you were born?
I think it was in the morning, like maybe 7 a.m., but I'm not quite sure.
Okay. We could try it. And then, so typically what I tell my clients is the time is the most important part of it, because the planets can change houses depending on what degree that they're on, anywhere from 3 minutes to, obviously a PM chart is going to look very different from an AM chart. So, but we can try this. So about 7:03 AM.
Yeah, I know that she had like an appointment and she went in so it was planned. So I'm pretty sure it was in the morning. So yeah, maybe 7 a.m.
Okay. And the city state.
It was Hagerstown, Maryland.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I'm sorry, you said city state.
Tigersville?
Yeah, Hagerstown. Hagerstown, Maryland, Hagerstown.
Hagerstown, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Sounded like Tiger's Town. Sorry. Okay, Hagerstown, Maryland. Got it. Okay. Let me just see something. I just like to check this. Let me move myself here. Hang on 2 seconds. Sorry about this. I just wanted to see the elements in your chart. I wanted to see if you had a night, and I pretty much guessed it. Yes, you have four planets in air. Okay. So I'm going to talk astrology, and then I'm going to tell you what it means in layman's terms. So your South Node is in Gemini in the 11th house. The 11th house is about our hopes and dreams. It's about groups of people, friends. And your North Node is in Sagittarius in the 5th house. The 5th house is it's ruled by Leo. Yours is ruled by Sagittarius. It's really about the heart-centered things that we were just talking about, finding your heart, enjoyment in life, children, things like that. So I would say with 4 planets in air, you're a lot in your mind, and especially with that South Node in Gemini, where you have probably a lot of scattered thinking. Like sometimes it's very hard for you to concentrate. And I feel like especially probably most likely in a group, you could be very distracted. Like people can distract you.
Yeah.
And, but you have this sense of what to do, like as far as keeping up with the collective, like it's automatically in you. You're very logical, the way you think, the way you act, the way you kind of process things. But in this lifetime, like I said in the beginning of the broadcast here, it's really about finding purpose and doing something that you love, something that's very heart-centered, looking at the big picture of something and saying, wow, this is what this just fills my heart up, and this is what I need to do. Does that resonate with you?
Yes, yeah, it does. I'm like thinking about like my career, and you're saying like things that I love to do, and I'm kind of thinking like, is this what I'm supposed to do? Like with the rest of my life, like, and I am a little scattered brain, like thinking about different kind of things. I kind of should focus more on one thing at a time. But I don't know if I should just, because I'm thinking about a couple of different big changes. I don't know if I should just go for it or kind of stay safe.
Yeah, I think too with the sun, you have the sun in the 12th house. And the sun in the 12th house is very powerful. I feel like that you could probably get a lot out of your dreams. I would definitely recommend that you have some kind of journal by your bedside that you can just kind of like, how when you're in that lucid state of dreaming where you're kind of awake, but you're not really awake. And you can really deeply remember your journey of that dream. That's when you need to grab the pen and paper and just kind of write it down. And even if it doesn't mean anything, this is where you would really.
I have like the most vivid dreams too. Like they're so real.
Yeah, and I feel like that's really, really going to help you. That's going to help you, and for you to be happy and fulfilled in what you do, it has to be something that you feel very heart-centered about. It can't just be logical. Logical will get you. It will get you where you need to be, but it's not going to fulfill you, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Definitely it does.
Yeah, I also feel that with Saturn in the seventh house of partnership, that you have to have a serious partner, somebody that you feel really wants what you want and really loves
Mhm.
you, every part of you.
Yeah.
Otherwise it's not going to work. I don't know if you're in
Yeah.
partnership, but that's
Yeah, I am actually. We've been together for about 13 years almost, and he is, yeah, everything. Like, I'm so completely with him. Like, we are one, kind of. Like, I'm
that's
very happy.
awesome. Yeah, because that's going to be important to you to really up your vibration, and
Mhm.
you're a nurturer. You have your Mercury's in Cancer in the 12th house. Sometimes you're not one to speak up. You kind of
Yeah.
you can be a little bit hidden sometimes and kind of,
Yeah.
but I think it's important for you, especially when you see the big picture of something and you're feeling compelled to speak about something. Do speak up, because I feel like you have a very strong intuition.
Mhm.
You're a very positive person. You have Jupiter in the third house, which is a really good
Mhm.
place for Jupiter. You always look to the good in things. I don't know. Do you have siblings?
Yes, I do. I have a younger brother, an older sister, and a younger sister. And my mom was a Gemini, and my husband's a Gemini, and my mom was really like upbeat and positive. So that's kind of how I grew up, like upbeat and giddy, and you know. So
Right.
um,
No, I
yeah.
think do you have a good relationship with your brother?
Yeah, we didn't really talk that much, but now we're starting to really talk and really bond. Me and my younger sister are really we're really close. So yeah.
Mhm. No, that's awesome. No, so that's what I see in your chart. And, if you've ever like to go deeper, I'm at mmastroVibes.com. We could do a
Okay.
full chart reading for you. So thank you so
Yeah,
much
that
for
would be
calling in.
wonderful. Yeah, thank you so
Yeah,
much. Yes, thank you.
have a have a great night.
You too. You too. Thanks.
Bye bye. Trina,
Yes. How are you?
do we have? Hi, Trina. How are you tonight?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
I'm doing great. So when is your birthday?
12
Day, month,
21.
year. I'm sorry?
Uh, December 21st, 1992.
December 21st, 1992.
Yep.
Okay. And what time were you born?
Oh, I do not know.
I'm sorry?
I don't know.
Do you have an idea, or do you have I could do like an estimate.
No, I don't know. I was born on the 21st.
Okay. I don't wanna, chance it. Definitely the time, like I was telling the other caller and at the beginning of my show, is very important, because the planets can move depending on what degree they are. They can move every couple of minutes, and the chart looks very different. If the chart is an AM to PM, it's a completely different chart. And it really depends on where the planets align in the houses. So that's why the time is very, very important. But if you wanted to, go to vital statistics and look for the county that you were born in, what you would typically do is order the long form. And that would have your time on it. I actually had to do that for myself and both of my children because I had an approximation, but I didn't know the times that they were born. So yeah, we could. So yeah, if you want to find that information out, and like I said to the other caller, I do personal readings, and my site is mmastroVibes.com. So if you wanted to call back in with that time.
All right.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
Have a great night.
Good to you.
Thank you. So anyway, typically I do 2 readings, and just for all the listeners out there, the time is very, very important. I know it's not something that people have, unless they have in, their baby bracelet, or unless for some reason they have their birth certificate. I mean, people have their birth certificate, but if they have it readily available, but the time is everything. So I definitely don't like to do readings without the time. There is a way to do it in the rectification chart. Can't say that word tonight, but it's not something that I regularly like to do. In fact, when I do readings, even off the cuff, or I do various readings in St. Augustine at particular places, I ask people, what is the numbers that you feel? Give me an approximation, but I really prefer that you check it with your birth certificate, because it can mean a completely different chart. So that's why, because the planets constantly move, and they move around the clock. So depending on what degrees, like I said, the planets are, they can appear in different houses, and those houses mean something different. So you can have a completely different chart. So that's why it's so, so important to have the time when you call in and you want a reading from me, because I like to be as accurate as possible. Some other things that I think are really interesting right now that are going on, and, we have a lot. I think one of the most interesting things that's going on right now is Pluto is currently in Capricorn. It's been in Capricorn since about 2008. Well, it is changing signs to Aquarius, and it is going into Aquarius, I believe, the end of November, and then it stays in Aquarius until 2043. So we're going to see some monumental changes in technology. We're going to see probably AI completely take over certain facets in certain industries. I'm sure everybody's kind of seeing this right now. So it should be interesting with a lot of the things going on in America, as far as from a political standpoint and all of that. So it's going to be kind of, I've been telling people that 2024 is kind of a wild ride, and just expect the unexpected. We might not see things that are going to happen this year. It might be one of those things that we're like, wow, I didn't see that coming. I'm sure that, people that are into politics and into all of this other stuff are seeing that right now. So that's going to continue to happen. I think the energy is going to, kind of slow down a little bit as we get into 2028 to 2030. So it's not going to always feel like this, because I constantly have people say to me, oh my gosh, why is everything so unhinged? And why do I feel like this. So just know that a lot of things are going on. We had in 2022 our first Pluto return. So Pluto returns back to its place in the chart about every 248 years. So it's major shifts in this country, because Pluto means death, destruction, and then transformation. So it's going to bring up to the surface everything that is not right with things, everything that is hidden, everything that is power versus powerlessness. So I just, if ever you get concerned about something, astrology, the beautiful thing about astrology is astrology tells a story with all of this. And I just think that it's a language that I love, that I've been looking into and studying for the last 4 years, but I've been into it my entire life. And I always look to the chart for the answers, not only from a personal and professional aspect, but also from a world aspect, as everything is changing. So I tell people not to be afraid, to look inside themselves and to really find their purpose and passion and what they want to accomplish, why they're here on Earth. And I think it's really important. And that's why I'm going to say once again, go out this Sunday with this new moon in Leo and really find your heart. Find something that you find purpose and passion in, and do something that you love and something that you feel really good about. Because when you're, that is going to put you at your highest vibration.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Stellar Parenting with Brandy Kahn. Live from brandycon.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Stellar Parenting on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Texas. I am your host, Brandy Kahn, and welcome to Stellar Parenting with Brandy. So I am an intuitive astrologer, and I also hold a Master of Science degree in psychology with an emphasis in child and adolescent development. So in this show, we are going to mix the magic of the stars with the art of consciously and intentionally raising our children. And I'm so excited to have you all here, and I'm excited to share with you how astrology can give absolutely amazing insights when it comes to parenting and also when it comes to child development. Now, in the next few weeks, if you would like to be a participant or a caller on my show, I need for you to join my Facebook group. It's called Psychology Infused Astrology. The members of that group will receive priority when it comes to taking callers on the show. And that's because I would rather have a system in place where you're not sharing your child's personal information over a live broadcast as far as like the details of their natal chart. So again, that group is Psychology Infused Astrology on Facebook. So since today is my debut with A1R Psychic Radio, this is my first show, I will tell you a little bit about me as a person, how I came to this path, how did I become an astrologer, and why I believe using astrology with your parenting approach can be an absolute game changer for you. So for me, I, for the last 15 years, have been a full-time homeschooling mom to my 4 children. And over the last 15 years, helping them and supporting them along their educational journey, I didn't realize that at the same time, I was also having a spiritual awakening. I was learning a lot of things, reading and growing in that way. And it really all began with Reiki. So I was attuned as a Reiki master, initiated as a Reiki master 12 years ago. And with that initiation into Reiki, I was able to have a heightened level of sensitivity. And then with that sensitivity, I began to develop it. And, and then I was using my intuition to give readings. And then I was giving readings as a medium, which I absolutely love to do. So that's how it really all started for me, was through the process of being initiated into Reiki. And then 7 years ago, I began my love affair with astrology. And I never would have seen that coming in a million years. And the reason why I say I never would have seen it coming in a million years is because if you were to ask me 10 years ago what I thought about astrology, I would tell you that, I don't believe in astrology. I don't think that it's valid. I think that it's fraudulent. I mean, how can every single Leo in the world have the exact same horoscope in the newspaper? That was the way that I thought. So when it came to astrology, I was not a believer. Definitely not. And I remember there was, I was with 3 other women. One of them was my Reiki master, the lady who initiated me into Reiki, and 2 other students. And the 4 of us were just having a good time. We were having a conversation, and someone steered the conversation towards astrology. And the 3 of them were just chatting it up. And I'm just sitting there looking, like with a look of bewilderment on my face. Because I was thinking, these women are so smart. How is it that they believe in astrology? Don't they know better? Like, astrology is not even real. That was how I thought. And everything changed in 2016 when my father died unexpectedly. So my father died towards the end of 2016. And within that year after his passing, I decided to go to a show in Houston. There was, the international medium known as John Edward. I'm sure a lot of you know who John Edward is. Well, he came to Houston for a show, and I decided to go because I really wanted a message from my father. Now, there were hundreds of people in the auditorium. I was not one of those who received a message, but I got something much deeper. Because at the beginning of the show, John Edward, he told everybody in the crowd, people always come to me and they ask, what psychic do you go to? What medium do you see? And he said, I don't see psychics or mediums. The only person that I see is an astrologer, and she's in Australia, and her name is Maggie Kerr. And I don't know why, but I felt drawn to write down her name, and I knew that I absolutely had to book a session with her. So within the next few months of learning about her, I did book a session. And since she's in Australia, it was on Zoom. And I remember logging on that day for my session with Maggie. And at the beginning, before she began, she told me, she said, okay, I'm going to do your session differently than I do with most people. She said, instead of telling you, I'm going to teach you. And I was like, okay, why are you doing that? And she said, well, you have it within your chart to really understand astrology on a deep level and to work with it. And, I just looked at her like, okay, yeah, she doesn't even realize I don't believe in this stuff. But I said, okay. And, I just went with the flow. And within the first 5-10 minutes of the session, Maggie was telling me the story of my life in a way that no one had ever told me this story before. I, for the first time, felt so validated. I felt seen. I felt heard. I felt like someone finally understood me. And she, in turn, gave me this appreciation for who I am, the way I've been my whole life. So I walked away from that session with this deep level of appreciation and love for who I am. And at the end of the session, I already had my mind made up early on during my session with her that I was going to learn how to do this. I was going to learn astrology. And it just so happened that Maggie was getting ready to start her certification program. And I was lucky to study with her. I studied with her in her program for almost 2 years before I began offering my services as an astrologer. But that session completely changed my life. And in the same way, I love to give and to share that with other people as well. So one of the things that I learned most early on through my studies with astrology, because I was studying the natal charts of the people in my family, in particular my children, one of the things that I learned was each of them is a unique being. Up until that point, I didn't even realize it. I had been going on autopilot and assuming that they were all alike, assuming that they all had the same communication style, same connection style. And I was not really valuing them as the individuals that they were. And so when I was into my astrology training, I had this epiphany. And there was something that I remembered. So when my oldest son, Amir, was potty training, I remembered how we could get him to go and do number 1 in the potty, but not number 2. And that went on for weeks. Like no matter what I tried, to buy toys, tried to buy candy, tried everything under the sun to get him to go potty. And it just was not working. So in a moment of desperation, I remember sitting in my den one day and my husband's copy of Harrop's reference of internal medicine, my husband's a physician, his internal medicine reference book was sitting on the coffee table, and I grabbed it and I began to look through it. And there was a section on skin disorders with pictures. And then I had a really clever idea. So I called Amir over and I said, Amir, take a look at these pictures. You see what happened to the skin? This can happen to your skin if we don't keep you clean, if we don't get you to go to the potty. This could happen. This is why you've really got to go to the potty. And I remember Amir standing there looking at the pictures. His eyes were like wide as saucers, and he just looked and he said, okay. And from that day forward, that kid never had another accident. Never had another accident at all. That was all that he needed. So then when it was time to potty train my other 3 children, I'm like, I've got this nailed. I've got this down pat. I know exactly what to do. I've got the perfect trick. But the joke was on me. The trick was on me because it did not work for any of the other 3. And for years, I wondered, why did it work for Amir, but it didn't work for the other 3 when it came to potty training? I even remember my daughter Amira, she's the second child, second born. When I tried the same thing with her, and I opened up the reference book and I showed her the pictures, and it's like it went right over her head. I was like, this is what could happen if we don't keep our skin clean. She was just like, okay. Like she was completely unfazed by it, and she went about her day and, still had accidents. And I never quite understood that. And then when I learned the language of astrology, what I figured out was my oldest son, Amir, his sun is in the sign of Leo, but his moon is in the sign of Virgo. So the moon is about, our emotions, our feelings, but also what gives us a sense of safety and security. Virgo is the sign not only of service, being of service to others, but the sign of cleanliness, hygiene, order, organization. So Amir is internally wired to have a sense of safety and well-being if there's cleanliness, if he feels as if everything is organized, in order, hygienic, right? So that's why that mattered for Amir. That's why that worked for Amir. Whereas for Amira, with her moon in Taurus, it didn't work for her at all. And she doesn't have a major placement in the sign of Virgo at all. Now, with her moon in Taurus, if I would have known what I know now back then, I would have said something to her about, okay, you go to the potty, let's go to Bath and Body Works and get the nice scented lotion that you love, or some bubble bath, or that nice cozy robe that you love so much. That would have been more speaking her language. And so that was one thing that I learned early on with astrology, is each of these kids is a different individual with different values. They're wired differently. And so I must relate to them in their own individual way, or in the way that best serves them. Now, the best way to support your child really is through understanding who they really are, Because without understanding, then we're prone to using projection and judgment on other people. But understanding opens the door to empathy. And then through empathy, we can form like really strong rapport and connection with others around us. We're all born with this innate desire, this innate drive to connect with other people. And when that connection is reliably established for your child, then the brain can grow in the most optimal ways. Now, one thing that I do want to add here, just a word of caution as a parent and as an astrologer, please make sure that if you're using astrology with your parenting approach, that you're using astrology to understand your child and not so much to label them. So I'll say that again, make sure that you're using astrology to understand and not to label. And I'll give you an example. Let's say that you have a daughter, and your daughter has her sun in the sign of Aries, energetic sign of Aries, right? Action. And you make the assumption, oh my goodness, my daughter has her sun in Aries, her Mars is in Aries. She's going to be so athletic. She's going to be such a go-getter. She's going to have this athletic skill and ability. And you know what? She might even go to the Olympics. Okay. So that right there, that's misusing astrology. Because what we want to do is to support our children to be who they came here to be. So even if your daughter has her sun in Aries, her Mars in Aries, the right approach is more along the lines of, I know that my daughter, there's certain traits and characteristics that she will have. She'll be more than likely courageous and bold, and she may be a trailblazer, and she may be a leader. But however she wants to use those traits and qualities, I will support her. Even if it's not through athletics, what if she wants to use those traits and qualities in an artistic way or in another way? Then we want to make sure that we are supporting our children, or supporting, in this case, the daughter, and being how she wants to manifest, or how she wants to use the traits that she was gifted with, okay? So always to understand and never to label that, you should be like this, or you should be like this, or you shouldn't be like this because of your sun sign, because of your moon sign, just to understand. And one of the first things that I always encourage parents to do really is before you begin the process of using astrology with, your parenting approach, make sure that you really understand yourself through the lens of astrology. So, for example, what are your gifts? What are your challenges? What are you here to focus on? What does that show? How does that show up in your natal chart? What are your life lessons? Are there any limiting beliefs that you're working with or that, lurk in the background that affect how you parent? Or is there childhood trauma that you need to heal in order to be the parent that you always wanted to be, so that you're not passing on dysfunctional patterns to your children? It's really important. It's essential that you know all of this about yourself in order to be the absolute best parent that you can be. So, what's your communication style? How do you like to express yourself? How do you like to nurture others? What gives you a sense of safety and security? And how does that compare or contrast with that of your child? Do you guys speak the same language? Or are you on different, ends of the spectrum, opposite ends of the spectrum? Is that the way that it is for you guys? So I'll give you an example. Let's say that we have mom or dad who has their Mercury. Now, Mercury is the planet of communication. Let's say that we've got Mercury in the sign of Virgo. Mercury's very happy in Virgo. So with Mercury and Virgo, mom or dad may be one that thinks very analytically. They're very logical. They're very grounded in their approach, right? But then they have a daughter, and this daughter has her Mercury in the sign of Pisces. So we've got the planet of communication in the sign of Pisces. And Pisces is a sign that's all about spiritual sensitivity. It's all about our feelings, right? So this child is wired to process their thoughts based on their emotions. So when mom or dad comes to them and says, "Why is your room a mess?" Everything should be orderly and organized and in its proper place. That's going to go in one ear of the child and out the other, because that's not the language that the child speaks. The child is on a different frequency, a different level of understanding. The parent would be much better off, since the child really values feelings, to say something like, "Doesn't it feel better when your room is clean? Doesn't it feel better? Don't you feel better when everything is in its place?" And then the child will be able to hear the parent once the parent is speaking their language. Now, if you need more assistance in this area, I've got the absolute perfect program for you. I have a 5-week program, and it's called the Stellar Parent Method. And this program will help you to custom design your parenting approach based on your child's natal chart or their cosmic blueprint. Now, I'm only able to take 5 people. I'm still a homeschooling mom and still trying to balance everything out. So I'm only able to take 5 right now. But you can get more info at my website, brandycon.com, and make sure you click on the astrology button. And then under the astrology button in the drop-down menu, you will see the Stellar Parent Method. If you still have more questions about the program, you can schedule a free 15-minute strategy session with me where I can answer all of your questions. Okay? So now we've got a caller. We've got someone that is waiting. And Dave, I'm ready for the caller.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. I'm doing well. Nice to have you on. So I do have your daughter's birth information. You sent me her information for her natal chart. And what in particular was it that you wanted to know, or what did you have a question about?
I guess I would like to know more about her communication style, because we are approaching her teenage years, and while we have a good relationship, it is sometimes difficult to kind of gauge where she's coming from. If you can't understand, I know you said you had a teenage daughter, so if you could kind of. Sometimes there's like a wall there when she doesn't want to talk about things, and I'm kind of having to pry things out of her. So any help there would be lovely.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. So we do have your daughter's rising sign as Aries. So she's going to interact with the world in a really energetic way. There'll be a lot of drive for her. She's a free spirit. She's very active, right? And that Aries is ruled by the Mars and Scorpio. So she's got a lot of determination when it comes to what she wants, okay? One thing before we get to the communication, one thing that I did notice, her moon is in the sign of Gemini. So the moon is all about our feelings and emotions and how we want to be nurtured, what makes us feel safe. So with that moon in Gemini, something that's really important for your daughter that gives her a sense of safety is being able to talk about her feelings. Being able to talk about her feelings. And she will open up and talk about her feelings when she's feeling safe. Okay. So now, as far as her communication style, we do have Mercury, the planet of communication, in the sign of Virgo, which, it's interesting because that was in the example that I just used. So Mercury in Virgo tends to be very analytical, very rational, very reasonable, right? Very structured as far as how they like to express themselves or how they like to integrate information. The only thing is her Mercury is in a tense aspect with the planet Uranus. So with your daughter, it can almost be like, it just depends on what day of the week it is. Some days she might, want to really open up and share. And then there may be other days where it's like, well, I'm really not feeling like sharing so much right now. And that's okay. We just have to honor where she's at and allow her to open up whenever she feels like, okay, I'm ready to open up and I'm ready to share. I have one question about your daughter with that Mercury and Virgo. As she's been growing up, have you found that it's pretty easy for her to learn information? Does she have an easy time learning and retaining information?
She does. She does extremely well in school. I'm a homeschooler as well, and we kind of set targets, and she always beats her targets. She's always done with school for the year like a month early. Like she's done like April 30th, regardless of how I structure it. And so I've noticed that I've had to keep stimulating her. Like as far as her reading level, we like a lot of the same books, which some moms kind of frown upon because of the themes. But I sit down, we explain, talk her through it. But yes, She has always had an easy time learning. She'll be 14 at the end of this month. So, but yes, she's super smart.
Oh, well, that's absolutely wonderful. Yeah, with that Mercury and Virgo, that can be like a child who's got this love of learning, this love of reading, this love of, even learning different things with the moon and Gemini. That all gives her a sense of safety and security. So being able to learn and then being able to share with others exactly what it is that I learned, that's one of the things that will make your daughter, I feel, thrive. Does that make sense to you?
It does.
Okay, very good, very good. I will just also mention that your daughter has her sun in the sign of Libra. So, the sun sign will usually kick in later on in life, maybe late 20s, early 30s. So, and one of the themes that I see in her chart is relationships and relating to people. So one of her primary lessons for this lifetime is being around people, being in relationships with people and learning how to relate to them. Learning how to speak, learning how to share information, learning how to network. All of that seems like that's something that will really makes her tick, like at a fundamental level. So I just wanted to add that for you as well. Okay, Carla?
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for calling in. I appreciate it.
No worries. Thank you so much for the information. Great insight.
Yeah, of course. You're welcome. Okay, so we've got a few more minutes, and I will just add for everybody else, we're still under the influence or the effect of the Virgo new moon. It was September 2nd or 3rd, depending upon your time zone. So right now, school is starting. The kids are at the beginning of the school year. It's the perfect time for parents to really help your child set new goals for what do we want to achieve this upcoming school year? What's important for us? What are our goals? What are we going to do? And it's a really good time to create a system to help your children to succeed. So everything about planning, being meticulous, having a routine, all of that right now, you may feel compelled or called to do. And it's just because of the energy of the new moon. So take advantage of this, of the energy right now, and go ahead and, it's a great time at the beginning of the school year to step into this fully. Okay. So we are at the end of the show. I will mention again, if you would like to be a caller, if you have a question about your child's natal chart in the upcoming weeks, I need for you to join my Facebook group at Psychology Infused Astrology. The members in that group will receive priority when it comes to readings on this show, because it allows me to get your child's information in a way before the call where we're not really disclosing a lot of their personal info on a live broadcast. So again, that's Psychology Infused Astrology. And if you are interested in my program, I've got the Stellar Parent Method, a 5-week program where we go through, once a week, we go through and we really custom design an approach to parenting for you based on your child's natal chart. But the first step of that program, before we ever get to your child's natal chart, we're going into yours. So you're also going to walk away with a much better understanding of yourself and appreciation for who you are. So thank you all for joining me today here on Stellar Parenting with Brandy. I look forward to seeing you and having you here again next week, and I hope you have a fabulous week. Take care.
Amazingly accurate, clear answers to any question. You'll love Suzanne Marie readings. Clairvoyant reader and spiritual light trance medium. Tarot is used for spirit confirmation. She's been a spiritual reader for 30 years and would love to be able to bring accurate, clear, visionary readings for those who seek answers. Available online and phone. Call 320-455-2303 or email readingsbysuzanne@gmail.com. Suzanne Marie. Check her event page for specials. To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for 3 to C with Kylie. Live from X3toCX.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147 or online And contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is 3 to See on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey there, happy September. I am so excited to be here again, looking different as I look different every day. I morph, I change my energy, that's what I do. And there's a little thing that has to do with ancestral healing in that for me. And that's kind of where I have been going and what I have been getting at for the last few years, especially within my collective. As I heal mothers, I heal children, I heal parents, and sometimes families, just so that you can release your wounds and release the connections that you have to negative energy, especially when people push your boundaries and push your buttons. It can be hard to control yourself, and it can be hard to hold up your own energy and stay strong. And it's very important to be able to do that all throughout your life, no matter what kind of situation you're going through. And releasing the energy that you hold within your ancestral wounds and your energy body, which is connected to your body, is what's going to be what's best for you, especially if you're doing a Reiki healing or anything like that. Ancestral wounds will come up and be explained to you, especially in a session with me. So it's very important to understand that healing yourself on your journey, healing what's going on around you, all has to do with your ancestral body, which is connected to spiritual beings connected to you, which can be family, it can be spirit guides, and it can also be energies that you have connected with in different, I want to say lifetimes, but past lives can be either a past life situation you've been through that you believe in reincarnation, or it can be a symbolism of something that happened in your life in the past, and it's connected to energy that could have been transformed, or there's a more clear knowing behind it. So understanding that you hold energy in your body is very important, and releasing energy through ancestral healing, which is through your body, is going to be very important to release trauma blockages or emotional blockages or anything that you feel is binding you. Difficulties with yourself situation within any type of ancestral healing, especially through healing generational family history issues, especially if you're a chain breaker, which is what a lot of my collective is and are. And this is very important to note because you're breaking generational wounds and traumas that your family have broken down. And most of my collective, where I do my business, have healed themselves and removed the generational chains and curses that they feel they have because they're carrying on the same energy. So understanding that, a lot of the collective that I've been healing publicly are healers themselves. I'm cutting out on my end a little bit. That's funny. They are releasing energy. Anyway, they're releasing energy with ancestral wounds. And if you are a psychic or a psychic medium or a spiritual energy being and you practice any type of spiritual energy, releasing your ancestral wounds that are connected to your mortal body, which is connected to your chakra body, is going to help you heal and also release energy that can linger in the mind space, even if you have a wound on the body, which is very important to understand. If you're doing any spiritual work, that you should absolutely look into ancestral healing. This is actually going to be your shadow work. But if you look into a little bit deeper, especially with past and history, knowledge of your family and mistakes that they've made or mistakes that you have made because of those situations, even down to the slightest little bit of, it's hard to explain. Anything can be a generational chain of a trauma. And if you are the one to break the curse, then you can remove it. You can remove it and it doesn't continue, and you will collect that energy in your body, and you can either break it and push it away, or you can transmute that energy to use it for something else. And that is why I also do Reiki healings and use Reiki healing energy, because you can transform the energy that's in your body instead of holding it. You can remove wounds, and this connects you deeper to your ancestors, because within Reiki healings, it elevates your ability to connect. Very important to say that. Had to take a breath also. Boundaries were pushed today. So understand that connecting with Reiki healing energy is going to help you remember to connect with yourself, and remember to connect with your body and connect you with spirit. And this is the energy that calms you. This is the energy that leads you. And if you are more frequently getting Reiki healings, this is going to connect you to higher consciousness, which is where you can speak with your spirit team, your spirit guides, passed on family members, even pets you can connect to. But it's very important to remove the wounds on your Reiki energy body or your chakra body that you look at with Reiki energy, so that you can move forward with present and positive emotion, and be able to move forward with a clear understanding. So it's very important to understand Reiki is going to remove wounds on your body. The wounds are connected to things that you have done, experiences that you have gone through, and wounds that are from trauma that has been passed down through your family. Also understanding that I will be teaching an ancestral healing session in October. I'm going to get more into information about how to connect deeper with your ancestors as well. But you want to connect deeper with your ancestors through Reiki healings and consciousness, so that you can receive information, whether it be from a spirit or just from your body, so that you can move forward in a more magical life, because that's what I do. That's how my life is so practical for me. And that's how I became a psychic medium that is the healer. So understanding that if you remove your ancestral wounds, if you remove the traumas that you have and connect to consciousness, you will also be guided into doing the best things for yourself. So the more that you trust yourself, the less fear that you have, and the more that you get over blockages about communication is going to be very important, because some of you are holding back from understanding what you're doing or saying that you're understanding what you're doing. But you just really want to communicate it, so at least communicate it with yourself. Pull back a little bit and realize that you can do it without talking about it all the time, and just kind of believe in yourself a bit. But I am going to take my first call on the line. Okay, I'm going to wait just a second. I am going to take just a second to realize a couple things. I didn't really introduce my whole story, so I will in a while. But it's very important to understand that some things are very hard to get over, and some things you have to heal at the same time as learning, because that's what the human experience is. And having spirituality on that path has led me to have deeper understandings and more control over the situation, because I actually had more control over myself, especially being a psychic. So it's very important to understand the more that you heal, the more that you look to yourself to heal your inner wounds instead of projecting them. And the more that you trust yourself, you can admit things in your own energy, and then you start to know more things in your own energy. And you just get day-to-day guidance or day-to-day movement from intuition, and it leads you into a spiritual relationship with your body. You can speak to your body, and your body will give you internal or external understandings. Like a burp can be a confirmation. You can receive chills if you are in a particular situation, or if you need a confirmation. So the more that you're connected with your body is very important, especially within Reiki healings. And understand that is how I got here. So the more that you release the energy that's connected to you, the better you're going to be able to understand what's coming to you. Because if you want to receive these intuitive downloads or the psychic information, you will be blocked from receiving them, or you won't have the complete understanding, because you have to feel completely out of higher consciousness instead of ego. And usually wounds are connected to ego. Wounds are connected to trauma that you receive, or sometimes even trauma that you give. Wounds are also connected to difficulties expressing yourself. And like anything can be a traumatic wound that is on your body. And if you hold it and don't heal it, it can block you from being able to understand things directly, because your spiritual team is sitting with you to heal. Your spiritual team is sitting with you to heal so that you can understand anything about your life. That's what spiritualism is for. You don't have to be a part of a general religion. You can, but you can use it to connect with your body, which is what is the most important part of energy healing, because your body can be rendered if you are not taking care of yourself safely. If you are doing it safely and taking care of yourself, that's why it's very important to not do any type of drug. Uh, you will harm yourself. You'll harm your body and you'll remove it. And it's very important. By removing it, you'll remove the energy. They'll remove the energy to connection of positive influence and almost like the calm, higher consciousness, God energy, if you are doing something that's harming yourself. Now, anything can be a drug, and you have to look at it in the way that you look at it as a drug, because some people think plants are drugs. Some people think herbs are drugs, like lavender could be used as a drug. A passion flower can be used as a drug if you look at it that way, but you don't have to do that. So you don't have to align yourself within a higher energy. You can do it freely without drugs. And the more you trust yourself and the more that you're open and honest with releasing energy, the more that that's going to work for you, the better it's going to work. Because also, I'm hearing the more downloads you're going to get. So yes, if someone's asking, you will get more downloads, but it's very important to understand that the stream of consciousness you're connected to is the most important, especially if you're healing someone. Also, understanding that energies can connect to you is very important as well, but it's going to be energies that you are calling, or, energy that is surrounding you that you are asking for, especially if you're a person that is doing negative things or you are causing negative situations for others. Energies will talk to you, energies will sit with you, energies will influence you. And that's why it's so important to be cleansed and have good spiritual hygiene. Because if you don't, some rough things can happen to you. I'll tell you, you can go on a spiritual journey and you can think you're winning until you're not, or you can win all the way. It depends on the energy that you hold. It depends on your influence and your intention on the energy behind what you're doing. So if you are struggling to, if you're struggling to get the words out like me, don't be an asshole. Be good to people. Be nice. Literally, be a good person. If you want to connect with higher consciousness, think of other people too. Think of yourself. Be calm. Be steady natured. Be loving. And do what's best from your heart. Do what's best from your heart. You don't even have to project from your solar plexus. You can follow what's in your heart because they're connected. Because this in your solar plexus is where God energy is speaking to you. And so when you're moving out of your heart, it's also connected to your solar plexus because they are almost bonded. I see that in Reiki healings. So it's very important to understand that your root and your crown are bonded. And sometimes your heart and your solar plexus can be bonded, as well as your chakras can be bonded with others, which creates a tie. That would be an energetic tie. So understanding that, it's very important to be present and be kind and be understanding of those around you, because you will connect with energy when you're on the journey. When you're on the journey of spirituality, you're going to connect with energy. Energy is going to sit with you and you're going to heal every wound. And you may cause those around you to heal wounds, which I have been dealing with, and they don't like it. They don't like it. And it's understandable. Healing sucks. But you got to understand that you have to heal. You have to heal. And if you're on a spiritual journey and you believe in that, your spirit team will take you full throttle through every single thing you need to learn, every single thing you need to know, especially down to confidence. You will learn confidence in every single way. You will learn how to feel amazing about yourself, and you will be given spiritual energy. You'll be given gifts and connections to so much. But trust yourself, connect with good energy. And I'm going to take a caller. I have Catherine on the line.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you for taking my call.
Yes, of course. How are you this evening?
I'm all right. And yourself?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Oh, I'm doing all right. How are you?
Oh, I'm okay. I'm having a hard time hearing you a little bit. Okay, so I want to get into the session. Are you looking for a general reading or do you have a specific question?
I have a specific question. I'm searching for work and trying desperately to find a job. I'm just curious if there's anything in my future coming up for me, please.
Oh my goodness. So you want to ask a specific question, and is it about your work?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay. Okay, your connection is really rough. So let me just see if I can get it for you. So are you trying to get like a higher position and you're waiting to hear back?
Yeah, I've been applying for work nonstop, just waiting for any opportunity to come my way.
Okay. 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 Sorry, just trying to make sure I can hear your call. Okay, so I'll just start reading your energy. You don't have to tell me anything. So you're looking for a higher position for work and you're trying to hear back or you're trying to decide to apply for it. I do see energy of you connecting to it, but there's something that you're not grabbing. There's like an extra thing that you have to do in your personal life, not even specifically your home life, but your personal life. You have to finish that before you can get to this situation, because I see that you're wanting just like higher financial stability, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, so not necessarily more work, but you want higher financial stability. So you have to
Just
close
financial
off
stability.
okay. So you have to close off. You have a spiritual cycle. It's I heard hit or miss. So you're either you're getting these tests spiritually from your spirit team, and you're either just doubting yourself or you're like shoving something off. You're not breaking something away that you've realized is there, or you're just like shrugging it off like it's not bothering you. Like even if it's like an old friend that's connecting with you.
Okay.
So have you have spiritual energy connected to you, but it's very important to understand that you're picking up. Are you also a medium?
I have some sensibilities. I wouldn't consider myself a medium. I have some sensitivity.
Okay. Well, I do see that you are. I do see that you are actually a medium. So you have the capabilities. If you want to get more into it, you can practice it. But okay, so this is what's making sense. You have a friend that kind of pushed you away from either believing in yourself, not even necessarily directly, but they pushed you away from believing in yourself, or you had some self doubt that kind of reflected off of them to you. And you're supposed to actually be using spiritual energy, and you have been, but you need to bring it a little more awareness so that you can remove the blockage. Because you actually have a blockage in your heart chakra. Did you have a grandfather you were really close to?
Not in particular. I mean, I knew my grandfathers both before they passed. I was not specifically close to one or the other.
Okay. I do see 1, 2, 3 spirits sitting with you, kind of like on a chair. They're sitting with their hands on you behind a chair. And these spirits are sitting with you, generally kind of speaking, saying you need to release your financial blockage also, because you think that the more that you worry about it, the less that you're going to get it. The less that it's going to be able to come to you, because you have to release. This is something that's for you, that was sent by your spirit team, but this is for you to trust more. You're actually being asked more to get into spiritual work, and this may be why you have been trying to use your capabilities or feeling like you should. But understanding that, connecting with your energy, you are really supposed to be using your spiritual abilities to get you farther and to release the blockage that you have on your heart. I think it's because your spiritual energies are sitting with you and you don't necessarily believe that they are fully there, maybe. That's what I'm seeing a little bit. is you're reaching, but you're like looking up. I see you reaching and looking up and not seeing anything. So just because they're not there doesn't mean they're not. They're right with you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you're
That's
welcome.
reassuring for sure.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Okay. I have the next caller, and this is Ginger.
Yes.
How are you this evening?
Good. How are you?
I am wonderful.
Good.
Okay, are you looking for a general reading, or would you like to ask a specific question?
Just general.
Okay. Let's see. Generally speaking, I usually go through a Reiki healing, but you don't have any energetic wounds on your body because that's usually what I target. So all your chakras are flowing. And if you are a spiritual medium, which I feel like I know that you are.
I do.
Yeah.
I just don't know how to access or do it.
You just don't know how to do what?
I said I just don't know how to, I guess, ground myself and get involved like you guys do it.
Okay. So the one reason that you're actually blocked is because you have a wound that was passed down from your grandmother to your mother and now to you. Do you have children? Are you there? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Oh, I
Can you
can
hear
hear
me?
you now. You there?
Okay. Yep,
I'm sorry. Do you have children?
I do.
Okay. So you have a generational wound of not feeling like you're good enough, like you're not good enough of a mother. This may also be why when you're trying to talk to your mom about what's going on in your life or like things that happened when you were younger, she said that she's not good, like she feels like she wasn't good enough, or she just said she wasn't good enough. That was her projecting that onto you, which I just got a little tiny burp. So feeling like you're not good enough is very important because your spiritual journey is connected with you being a mother. So the more that you heal energetically, the more that you are going to be able to realize spiritually. But you only have a wound on your heart, but it's not even on your chakra. It's just in the area, like it's surrounding it. So the more that you have full confidence and full belief in the details that you create, which is very significant, a family member, a spiritual family member, like a grandfather, one of them is peeping in saying you create details in your kid's life. So you need to understand that that's what you're doing. And trust yourself spiritually. All you have to do is breathe and trust, because you're actually aligned within higher consciousness, which a lot of my collective actually hasn't been. Sorry, I'm shaking my desk. A lot of my collective hasn't been. So you don't have to align yourself out of ego. You are already in higher consciousness, which means you are constantly receiving this energy. And all you have to do is become aware of the energy that you're receiving, the feelings behind what you're thinking at different moments, and trusting yourself that you're receiving this information.
Okay.
Are you a water sign?
Am I a what?
Are you what your astrology? I don't really do much of it, but you need to be in a bath.
Sagittarius.
Okay. Yeah, you need to be in a bath. This is going to be probably also, even if you're not a water sign, anyone can do this, but if you're a water sign, it's like huge. Showers, bath, pool, beach, huge for water sign. Anyway, so, and a river. Don't forget about the river. Water signs can remove energy. Water can remove energy from you, and water signs have more control over their emotions in water. So the more that you're connected with energy and the more that you believe in yourself, the more that you can receive. So if you sit in the bath and ask, literally like you're virtually speaking to somebody and they're in front of you as if they're here, You can ask to have a conversation with your higher consciousness, your higher self. Higher consciousness is kind of all of the energy, kind of like the God energy, and higher self is your higher self, your soul. So you can ask to have a conversation and stay aware and stay grounded, because that's very important to understand that you have to stay grounded, or else fear will connect you to what you're hearing and or feeling. And if you can't stay grounded, try a different method, but you will have to heal it over and over until you can ground yourself, which is basically what getting into this work is. So,
Okay.
do you have any other questions?
No, I think you just confirmed what I was feeling the last for years. I just scared to do it.
Yeah. So, well, don't be scared. Actually, you don't depend on tarot. Don't. Whatever if you're trying to think about it, don't do it. You can do it without tarot. You can do it with just your hands. You can do it just your mind. The more that you trust yourself, focus the energy in one area. Say, I'm going to meditate and connect every night with my spirit team when I do this, and do it. You can do any activity as long as you're breathing and calm and connected with your body, and you're grounded, which is without wounds, which is very important. You can still be grounded with wounds, but some keep you from getting the truth to yourself. So just make sure to meditate, do it every day. And then the more that you're aware of it outside of meditation, the more it will become all the time.
Well, thank you.
The more that you become aware. Yeah. Just make sure to become aware. Make sure to remember consciously, this is what I'm doing. Because you've never done it, you've never spoken with your spirit team, or you actually have, but consciously saying, hey, I'm speaking to my ghost, be conscious of it, give it more energy, give it more understanding, and respect them, because they will respect you. Damn, they will give you exactly what you need. So,
all right, well, thank you.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
Have a good night.
You too. Don't let people push your boundaries. Y'all saw how frantic I was just now. Don't let people push your boundaries. And have a good day. Even when people try to push you, people try to hurt you, have a good day, because they are projecting a wound. And you are a healer. You are a healing person. You are healed. And if you want to be on the way to that, go ahead. On healing, on the way to being a healer, on the way to being healed, do it. But stop projecting your wounds, because it only hurts people who don't deserve to be hurt. Have a good night.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot, your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, coming to you live from the friendly city of New York, where we are in the middle of a heat wave. The temperature is 69 degrees. Oh no, what are we going to do? You know, people are. I know that California is having problems with heat, which is just too bad. But here in New York, you know, people are sighing about how terrible the heat is, and we never had a heat wave here. Heat wave being 3 days in a row of over 90-degree weather. It was, you know, I just, please, folks, there's enough in the world to be afraid of. Don't let them scare you about the weather. For goodness sake, forget it. It's just weather. I mean, I have a recording of the great Gene Shepard, you know, guy who wrote Christmas Story and all that. From the 1960s, we had a show here on local radio. And he went on for a half hour, an hour almost, about how one thing that really upsets New Yorkers is when water falls down from the sky. Well, it's become the same thing with heat now. So what can you do? It's just weather. And we do have a lot of serious problems. Oh, I'm sorry. There are no problems. There are issues in the world today that we have to deal with. I, on the other hand, choose to ignore most of them because what can I do about it, right? There's nothing I can do. I'm not the one making the mistakes. I'm not going to be the one to have to fix them. We just live them. We do the best we can. And that's why last week I spoke about the science of magic. Because conventional science has certainly failed us for the last couple of years. They got everything wrong, as you know, and they're still. Did you see the report on the schools on education? How we've set the kids back years because of needless policies out of hysteria. Now, let me get something straight from the start. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I don't think that anybody in government overreacted to COVID at the beginning, because it was a new disease. It's called novel coronavirus because although we've had coronaviruses for millennia, you know, the common cold is a coronavirus, we haven't had this one. It was new. Nobody on the planet had any antibodies for it. Nobody on the planet had ever been exposed to it. How that happened, I'm not going to get into that because I'm not a scientist. But I will tell you this. Anything could have happened. So I don't think there was an overreaction at the beginning. But once it turned out that things were not going to be as bad as the doomsday people suggested, they didn't change. They didn't change course. And it was just sheer insanity. And, you know, why? Because people were frightened. And that's what it's about. It's about fear. I am very, 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 very leery of anything that comes from a position of authority that results in fear. Why don't they ever have really good news for us for a change? I know, like there was no inflation in July. The inflation stopped in July. That was really good news, except only a person in a padded cell would believe that. So, I mean, real good news. I mean, every time these certain people came, every time you turn on the television and somebody said, well, here's a doctor, you knew we were in for a cosmic screwing. So let's just move forward. Let's get on with our lives. Let's handle what we can handle and keep as positive an attitude as we can. Because one of the things that people who are control freaks and like to keep us in a state of control means a state of fear. This is why I relentlessly talk about the book Unmasking Fear by Lloyd Kenyon Jones, which you can find at mojoacademy.org, at amazon.com. Look for Undermasking. What the hell does that mean? Unmasking Fear by Lloyd Kenyon Jones. Because this book was written 100 years ago, 1919. And it's the same stuff. Nothing changes. People are still people. Nothing changes. We have machines that we didn't have back then. We have, there's an Indian guru who is fond of reminding people that we have all the conveniences in the world. Human beings have never lived as easy a life as we live today. And what is the major preoccupation of most people? Whining and complaining. So just stop that, okay? Don't let them suck you in, because that's how they can get you to keep paying attention to them. Well, it's right out of The Music Man, which I mentioned in the introduction to Unmasking Fear, not the one I wrote in 1919, because, hell, my mother was barely alive in 1919, let alone me. But it comes from The Music Man. If you want to understand how politics works, which is another way of saying how con artists work, take a look at The Music Man, where the guy whips a whole town into a frenzy of fear over something as innocuous as a pool table, and then he sells them a cure. You see, that's the deal. So keep perspective on this. This happens all the time. You've noticed, if you're over the age of 30, you've noticed that there's always something new to be afraid of. And if I had to say, if there's one book that I want you all to read, it's Unmasking Fear. Because, as the subtitle says, fear doth make a coward of us all. And that's the whole point, is to get you to give up your power and be afraid, be very afraid, always be afraid. Even before COVID hit, I was telling people 6 months from now, you're going to be scared to death of something you didn't even know existed now. And there you go. They tried it with all kinds. They tried it with Ebola. They tried it with all kinds of diseases. This one took. This one happened to be real. And it did hurt a lot of people, although, when they recounted the dead from the disease in Alameda County and California, they had to knock it down by 25% because they miscounted. And then, of course, they did the one thing that government can do. They stopped the counting. So just take it with a grain of salt. Protect yourself. Do common sense stuff like wash your hands. Keep away from people who are coughing and hacking. Even if they give primetime speeches, if they're coughing and hacking, watch out. And we've gotten thousands of years as human beings fighting diseases. Why was this so bizarre? I had it in April of 2020. I missed a whole bunch of shows, and it was really nasty. But I'm here. I'm still here. A lot of people are too. So we'll deal with this. Just remember, when the next big thing comes to be afraid of, they tried monkeypox, but that sure fizzled. When the next big thing comes to be in fear of, just remember, just maybe you want to look at the words of Lloyd Kenyon Jones in the book Understanding Fear, because that's what tarot is about. It's about getting a look at the world so that you can understand what's going on. You don't want to be constantly victimized by people who are going to tell you about all the terrible things that are going to happen to you. Just let it go. If somebody wants to be afraid, let them be afraid. If somebody feels that they have to wear a mask all the time, if that makes them feel comfortable, fine. Just, whatever blows your skirt up, right? Isn't that what they say? Well, they said that in the 20s. I don't know. It's like a Coney Island Funhouse reference, I suppose. But today we're going to be concentrating on the positive, and we're going to be looking at the tarot cards and seeing what's going on in our lives. And I tell you what I'm going to do. For the first time ever, I'm going to open a new deck of cards on the air. It's a new month. I've been using a same deck of tarot cards for so long now, they're getting kind of sticky. So I have a new sealed Hanson Roberts tarot. I use the Hanson Roberts tarot, which is based on the Rider-Waite tarot, because it's small and I don't have much room here. And I don't want to use gigantic cards and take up space. So I am now going to take out my handy little Boy Scout knife. And if anybody recognizes that sound, I can assure you I went to a very tough Boy Scout troop. And I'm going to cut open the plastic here. And there, you hear that? Oh, this is marvelous. This is a radio first. And now I'm going to open the deck. Now let's see if they actually sold me the right cards. Take out the little white book. Oh, what do you know? It doesn't even come with a little white book. It doesn't even come with anything. Oh, these are so clean and fresh. Now, they're all in order, so I'll shuffle them up now. Oh, boy, this is going to be good. I haven't felt a nice, new, clean deck of cards in so long. I don't know, what am I going to do with that old deck? Maybe auction them off, right? Maybe I'll make them a prize. If anybody wants a stinky old deck of tarot cards that used to belong to me, and you can tell me in 100 words or less why you should have them. Boy, that's a neat way to dispose of your garbage, isn't it? But here we're shuffling up the cards. Wow, this is good. This is really good. I didn't count them or anything. I'm assuming they're all here. I'll do that after the show. And if it turns out there's only 63 cards here instead of 72, I'll write a letter to the editor. That's what I'll do. By gosh. Let's see. Give it one more shuffle. And That should do it. You know, you shuffle a deck of cards 3 times. Statistically, it's randomized. I'll now fold up my Boy Scout knife. And there you go. So, listen, I spoke a lot last week and the week before because I had missed so many shows when my computer was in the shop. So I'm going to get right to the readings now with a new deck and a new month, and this is going to be fun. So I'm not going to bore you to tears with an opening talk. We're just going to get right to it. Going to ring a bell 3 times to declare sacred space. And now let's go right to the first call. Becky in Floral City, Florida is next. Hi, Becky. You're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How's Florida today?
It's doing good here.
Yeah, that's what I hear. I had a few friends a couple of years ago called me. I'm in New York City, and they called me. They went to Florida, and they called me and said, Elliot, you're not going to believe this. It's like normal here. You know, and then everybody on the news, all the experts said that everyone in Florida was going to be dead within 2 weeks, and it never happened. So
nope.
you guys are doing well. I mean, the only reason I once considered moving to, my wife and I considered Florida, but we had a really good friend who lived there, and he said something that scared me away from Florida. And he said you need air conditioning 364 days a year down there. So, and I'm not.
Not always. Okay. That's not true.
Thank you so much. I don't. Well, my friend had a proclivity for. I mean, his favorite drink when he wanted to refresh himself was Jack Daniels, and he did that a lot, and that's probably why.
Yeah.
So that'll keep him a little warm, too, but that's probably why he's no longer with us. But in any case, but I don't like air conditioning. In fact, because we have an old-fashioned apartment here in an old-fashioned tenement from the 1800s, and it has cross ventilation. So the temperature goes down to the 70s here in New York at night. So we never really needed air conditioning at all. We didn't use any this summer. So we're happy with that. But I'm glad Florida's doing well. Florida deserves a really massive I told you so to the whole news media, because it was the best kept secret when my friend called, because nobody was talking about this. He said the only sign that he said that there was a problem was that waiters and waitresses in restaurants wore a mask, but nobody else was doing that, and everything was open. They had a ball, and since they had a business here that was shut down, they just spent 6 months in Florida and relaxed and loved it.
Good for them, right?
Yeah, good for your economy too, right?
There's some positive out of it.
Yeah. Well, Becky, what can I look at for you tonight?
I think I want to do a relationship reading. I don't have any really particular question. If I did, it would probably be, do you see anything for Scott and I in the future?
Well, did either one of you have a bad relationship recently?
He did about 4 or 5 years ago.
Okay, because that's the first card I've got here. Is a card of a bad relationship. It's the three of swords. That's a heart pierced by swords, and the heart is crying, and it generally denotes a breakup. I mean, if you asked me about the state of a nation, and that card came up, that would indicate civil war. So it was not a good it was a bad relationship. But the next card is the Page of Cups. And the cups are about love and relationship and romance and emotions. And the page is the appearance, the physical, real appearance, not the theoretical, but the real appearance of something new. So he met you, right? Isn't that what that would be?
Yeah.
And then you have the King of Cups, which is people who are mastering their emotions and are in a mature way handling romance. And the next card is the Six of Rods, which is a card of great success. So I think, yes, you do have a future.
Okay, good. Exciting.
In other words, I don't see him being weighed down by the past experience. You got his mind off that. You changed his mind about that.
Okay. Because he has said he has a fear of moving forward, that he just doesn't think he can get through the anxiety to move forward.
Well, all men are such sensitive creatures. But You know, but yeah, it's not that long ago, and from this card it was really nasty.
Yes.
So yeah, he's a little gun shy, but I see you overcome. You see, look, I pulled out another card, which is the Nine of Swords. That's a card of sorrow and sadness. So it's still not gone yet, but
right.
The next card is the Ten of Cups. You see cups again. It's just remarkable that you asked me about this and cups came. It's like if you asked me about money and coin cards came up. And this one, the Ten of Cups is just joy and happiness and a good family and love and romance. It's you're going to overcome this, both of you. Okay. It's going to work out fine.
Okay, good. Do you see any kind of a time frame?
Oh, this is happening now.
Okay.
I'm looking at the way things are now.
As far as like us getting together, because we live in different states. We used to be high school sweethearts.
I had a thing like that happen once. You know, I lived in New York and my wife lived in a state of denial somewhere else. That was a marriage that lasted maybe, I can tell you exactly, the marriage lasted 1 year, 4 months, and 10 days, but who's counting, right?
Right.
But that was about 40 years ago, so I definitely moved on. I'm ready to move on now. It's been 40 years, you know. I've been, there's an old joke about I've been married to the same wonderful, beautiful woman for 30 years. If my wife finds out, she'll kill me. You know? But but I can't get away with that here because my wife actually she was a lawyer in those days and she did my divorce. So I talk about roping in a guy, right? You know?
Right.
But that's men, you know, it's like 40 years later and I'm still thinking, well, that's over now and now I'm here. You know, so we've been together quite a while. What was the question?
I said we were high school sweethearts. We live in different states. So you
get
see,
together?
Like when we be together.
Yeah. Well, I've got another card here of Four of Rods, which is also like the 10 of Cups, which is about a happy home. Oh, goodness. And here's the 10 of Cups. So you got that card again. This is, you know, I'm going to say soon because, I mean, that's a nebulous answer. There are ways to read the cards that'll tell you when, in terms of it'll be in the fall or the winter. I don't buy any of that. I like to look at where the card, which when I say I don't buy it, it means I'm not good at it. You know, that's what that really means.
Right. But that's okay.
But the fact that, but I've got two cards here showing a happy home. And here's a third one, the 10 of Coins. That's the same thing. That shows parents and grandparents and children and grandchildren. Oh, it's marvelous, and it's all here. So it's in the works right now. I see it coming. Did we lose Becky? Okay, well, Becky, if you're listening in, and I hope you are. If not, you can hear this in the archives when it's up there. It looks good. It looks good that you're all going to be getting together there and soon, because there's a happy home in your really, really near future, and that's just good. I love giving messages like that. Let's move on now to Anna in West Valley, Utah. Hi, Anna. You're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi.
Hi, how are you tonight, Anna?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing well. I'm glad to be back. I missed a whole bunch of shows with technical problems, but here we are. What can I look at for you?
I'm going to say financial.
Okay. That's a pretty big thing these days. And, okay, these are good cards. There's some difficulties, of course. I mean, everybody's having difficulties with money now, but the cards that I have are very good. They're almost all money. They're almost all money cards. So I could even ignore the specific meaning of each card, because what it's saying is there's money coming your way. There's nothing, there are cards for loss, like there's a 5, the 5s are bad in tarot. The 5 of coins is bankruptcy and all kinds of trouble with money. That's not here at all. You have the Knight of coins, the 2 of coins, the 6 of coins, the 10 of coins, the King of coins, the 7 of coins. These are all about having money. So I think you're going to do okay. It's remarkable. Like I mentioned in passing that the previous caller asked about romance and all the cards were cups. I said it's almost as if somebody asked about money and all the cards were coins. And that's what just happened. They're all here, except for one, which is the Tower, which says that something is going to happen suddenly and change things. Now, the question is, will it change for the better? So let's take a look there. Yes, oh, goodness. The Queen of Cups, which is a very good card. It means the appearance of emotional stability and happiness and joy. And the Ace of Coins, which is a new way of getting money. All these cards that you have that are coin cards. How many do I have here now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 9 cards that I pulled for you are money cards, and they're all good, positive money cards. So I think what this is saying is you're going to be okay.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah,
I've been worried.
Well, who hasn't been, right? I mean, this is strange times in terms of money, and anybody who's under 40 doesn't understand inflation like this, has never seen it. So, I don't want to get off into political stuff. This is just a scientific fact, as they say, that the money is losing its value. Here's another coin card. Here's the Wheel of Fortune, which is a card that says that things are going to be changing. And where they go after that is the Sun, which is a card of health and healing and growth and happiness. And the Empress, that's an excellent card here, because that means you're a person who can make things happen and make things grow in a metaphysical way, in a solid way. And, sometimes it's considered fertility, but fertility in the sense that you make things happen. That's why on many decks that woman in the card is surrounded by fruit and vegetables and wheat, all the kind of things that grow and help us grow. So what I'm seeing here is good. It's very positive. I haven't seen one speed bump. I haven't seen one problem coming your way. Let me give you this. This is one interesting card. It's the 9 of Rods, and that is a person who is well prepared in life for whatever comes. The person in that card they show the person with a bandage on her head, meaning not that you've been beat on the head, but it's just that you've been through things in life and you learned from it and you grew and you're ready to handle what's coming. So I don't think that there's anything insurmountable coming your way.
Okay.
And that's important. The funny thing is, so I've been reading cards for so many years that there was like a recession going on when I started doing this stuff, and everybody used to ask me about money, and it's happening again. So everything is in a cycle. But the good news for you is that the cards are all positive. Let me pull one more and see what we get. Oh, beautiful. The Queen of Coins. So there you go. You'll be able to handle. It's fine. The queens are someone who can handle it and deal with it, and it's going to be very good for you. So hang in there. I know things. I believe things are going to start looking a little worse soon, and only because the classic way to deal with inflation and cure inflation is recession, and that hurts. But it looks to me like you're well fixed to deal with that. Okay?
Okay.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. And you're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on the Ask One Radio Network, where we take a positive look at life, a positive approach. I've been doing readings for people for the last couple of weeks. I missed that too because I didn't have the computer, and I do a lot of readings on Skype around the world and around the country. And if you want a private reading with me, I'll just go to my website, magic-works.com, magic-works.com. Readings start at $10. And when you look at the prices aren't going to go up. even though inflation is here. But also remember, this is not written in stone. I don't want money to get between us. If you need a reading, if you want a reading, and we'll work something out so that you can afford it. It's I'm not in this to bleed people, not at all. I've seen people who charge $600, $700, $800 for readings, and people think, well, you must be good, so I'll do it, and that's not how it works. I mean, ethical tarot readers do charge, as all specialists will, but no, we don't overcharge, and we certainly don't let money get in the way. So if it's a matter, if you look at my rates at magic-works.com, MAGICK-works.com, and you find it a little inhibiting, just drop me a line. My email is there, my contact information is there, and we'll work something out. It's don't be ashamed to negotiate, because I'm not going to say no. Funny thing is, when I started reading, I figured, why don't I do this? I would tell people, just pay me whatever you want to. And only one person ever stiffed me, even though people said I was crazy for doing that. Only one person did. And I said, I'll do the reading, and then you just pay me whatever you want. And everybody was very generous and very good. And I got a sense of what people want to pay for this kind of thing. And that's how I set my rates, because this is what people voluntarily paid. But no, money is important. Yes, money is good. But this, again, I understand. This is not the time to ask people to spend exorbitant amounts of money. This is not the time to get people to spend any money that's extraneous. I understand that, because every month our money is worth less than the month before. And it's just sad to see savings being eaten. For those of us who've managed to have some savings, congratulations. My hat's off to you. Well, on that depressing note, let's go to Crystal in New South Wales, Australia. Hi, Crystal. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi. I just want to say I'm really grateful for how you look at that. It's so beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
Just listening to you talk about that, it's really nice.
Well, I appreciate the kind words, because encouragement is always nice, So thank you very much. What can I look at for you?
I would really just like to have some guidance on my daughter. She's been kind of taken from me by her father and his girlfriend, and they just haven't let me see her for like months, and I don't know what to do. I'm out of my mind.
Okay, yes, I can see that. Now, that's an old trick that tarot readers do, like the cheesy tarot readers. If somebody says something, you say, yes, I know, but, we don't really know. But I do know because of what I see here. And I'm going to tell you what this reading is, because it's really, really optimistic. The first, when I said I know, I got the 9 of Swords as the first card. That is a card of immense, almost overpowering sadness. So you're going through hell right now. I know that. So I knew that there was something bad going on. The next card is the Wheel of Fortune, and the Wheel of Fortune indicates a situation changing. Now, that could mean for the better or the worse, but in your case, it's going to be good, because the next card is, there are 3 major cards here in the middle of this reading, by the way. The first is the Wheel of Fortune that says the situation is going to change. The next is the Justice card, that you are going to get the justice that you deserve. And then there's the card of the Lovers, which indicates that you're going to have a choice to make. Which tells me, it's not, I know that in the various movies, like, the James Bond movie, Live and Let Die, other movies that take tarot as a joke in a way. The Lover's card, of course, they literally mean falling in love, but it's not, it's more than that. The Lover's card is about making a choice. A very important choice in your life is coming up. And that tells me that you're going to be offered some kind of settlement and an option. And so you're going to make, I'm not going to tell you what choice to make, because I can't see that. We don't want to go into all that. And anyway, if I could, I'm not substituting the cards for your judgment, but I see that you're going to come to a point where you have to make a judgment. But I can tell you what's going to happen when you make that decision. You ready for this? The troubles will be over. The next card I have is the Ten of Swords. The Ten of Swords is like a nasty-looking card, but it's not a bad card. It shows an exhausted person lying face down in the mud with 10 swords in her back. And that looks pretty bad, but it means life has thrown its worst at you, and you're going to get up and keep going. And the next card is another major card. It's the Sun. Health, healing, growth, happiness. You may not get everything you want, but you're going to get justice, and you're going to make the right decision, and it's going to work out well for you, is what I see in these cards.
Okay, so he's not going to take her and move her 6 hours away like he wants to.
If he does, that you're still going to work that out. You know what I mean? You'll deal with that, and you'll deal with it in a way that provides justice for you. See, I can't give you a yes or no on that, because that's no, don't be sorry at all, please. Look, you got a lot of guts calling in and talking in front of all these people about a problem that you have. So I admire you for calling in like that. I admire everybody who calls in for doing that, because you're not just idly curious. You've got a really serious situation in your hands here. The main thing is, and this is very important, and this goes hand in glove with the Justice card, is to make sure that you have adequate legal representation. Yeah. That is very, my wife and I just went through about a 2-year and change lawsuit, and she prevailed, but we had a very good lawyer. So these things, the lawyer is important. Getting a good lawyer is important, and if you're not comfortable with the lawyer, tell the lawyer that. Communicate, keep it open, and because maybe there's something that you're just not being explained to you properly. So you hang in there, because this is very good. It seems to me, because in the middle of all this, you're going to be called upon to make a decision. I'm reading the cards as saying that a settlement will be offered. And that's good. Okay. Now let me tell you this. I have above it, the person you're dealing with here is not being very honest with you. But you know that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I've got a card.
I keep hearing on new lies that come out, and it's horrible. I can't believe everything happened.
Well, the Seven of Swords is the card I have. If you look at that card on almost any tarot deck, you'll see it shows a person tiptoeing around, sneaking around, saying bad things about people, that kind of thing. But you can handle that. According to this, I've got cards that show that you're strong enough to handle all that. But things are going to change for you, and change for the better, because you will be offered that. There will be a settlement that you'll be offered, and you'll be in a position of making a choice. And you'll get justice. Now, justice is not always winning 100%, but you will get justice. Yeah. I'm not going to hedge that by saying, well, they kind of sort of indicate this. I see the real potential here, a strong potential for this happening, because these cards are very clear. They're very clear about the depths of sadness you're feeling. They're clear about the situation changing. They're clear about Justice card being in the middle there and ending up with the Sun, which is healing and health and growth and happiness, and that choice is there. This is an outstanding reading. And let me tell you something. If in the coming days, as this goes on, if you start to doubt and feel bad about it all, go to AskOneRadio.com. Look for the September 7th show under the archives, under Ask One, under Reverend Elliott's Magical Window at AskOneRadio.com, and listen to this reading again. You can even download it and listen to it for yourself through the podcast section. And if you could go to my website. For the next week, it'll be up at my website, which is magic-works.com, as soon as it's available, which is probably tomorrow. And you can download it from there at this site that says Magical Window. And if you lose track of that, just send me an email, and I'll send you a link to get the show. But I want you to don't forget this reading, because these are the cards: the Nine of Swords, the Wheel of Fortune, Justice, the Lovers, the Ten of Swords, the Sun. And if you can look at those cards online, you'll see exactly what I'm seeing, and you'll see that it's good. Okay?
You have like a time frame on these things?
It's happening now. It's happening now.
Really?
Yeah, I'm seeing. This is all these cards are showing that this is what's going on now.
Okay.
So
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to light a white candle at the end of the show afterwards to send you positive energy so that we can kind of help boost this along, okay?
Thank you. Thank you
My
so much.
pleasure. Bye-bye. And thank you again for your...
I hope you have a beautiful day.
Thank you. Bye-bye now. And we'll just shuffle the cards up again. That's an interesting reading, and it's right on the nose. I mean, that is the kind of reading that applies exactly to the question that was asked. I mean, this is how the cards work. I'm fond of saying this, but I've long since given up on trying to figure this out. But this is not anybody who wants to look at those cards that I mentioned. I defy you to come up with a different interpretation, because this is, especially with the Justice card in the middle there, this is very good news. It's just very, very good news. But legal stuff involves compromise, and that can hurt sometimes. It can be a little bit painful. It can cause a twinge, because I mean, there was a comedian I know who did a joke about this. He had a divorce that was so bad, he moved back home with his mother, and his joke was, this marriage was so bad I got sent to my room. But he also said that the joke was, in court, the woman suing him for divorce said, "Your Honor, he promised me the world, and that's all I want." But everybody has to compromise in a court case. You don't want a lawyer who will fight for everything you want, right down to your last dime. A good lawyer will let you know that some compromises have to be made. You don't have to sacrifice yourself, but go for the best you want and see what happens. It's my experiences with lawyers. Yes, you gotta have a good one. That's all I can say. Magdalena in Toms River, New Jersey is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm okay. So far.
Well, maybe we can do something to make you feel a bit better. How's that?
That sounds amazing.
Okay, what can we look at? What can we do for you? What do you want?
I would like to know if that anybody on the other side, like a message. My father passed away, my mother-in-law, my father-in-law, and it's a general reading in my marriage. A lot.
Well, do you want to take a look at your marriage, or do you want to? Well, see, usually when people ask me about that, they know what's going on in the marriage, so they know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So if you want, I can see if I can look at any messages from the other side.
Yeah. Yeah.
But let me see. I'll put out the cards, and there's a few cards I look for to verify that that's what's going on. And we just shuffle them up and see what we get. Cards like the Death card or the High Priestess who sees behind the veil. And this is the time of year that the veil is getting thinner and thinner. And, that's... well, there's the Death card. Bingo, right? That's one of the cards. That's definitely, for obvious reasons, one of the cards I look for. Although the card itself in a reading doesn't mean death. It does in this context, because that's what we're looking for. So let's see if there's a message here, and you can probably understand who it's from.
Okay.
Well, is there anybody you want to look at who there's the High Priestess card? That's another card I look for in these readings. The person I'm looking at had a very difficult time crossing over. It was a bad time in life. I've got the Eight of Swords, which is a person who feels tied up and restricted, and then the Six of Swords, which is moving away and crossing the river, so to speak.
Okay.
So it could be somebody who had a very difficult time at the end, because there's great sadness here.
Yeah.
Great sadness, and the person was not being treated well by a lot of people. Is that somebody you know?
It could be, I have a lot of people that passed away. I mean, the closest one I know is, I haven't been close to him, is my dad, and that's what, but like, when somebody passes over, I feel like, like, why?
Well, this was a person who was having a very difficult time. All I can tell you is that from the cards I've got now, is that person, the difficult time is over for this person, he or she. The person has balance. The person is healing and growing. The spirit is doing much better. That's the message. And it's amazing how many times I get that.
Was the person ever in my dreams?
Well, let's see. There's cards I can get for that. If I get, say, let me shuffle them up. If I get the moon card, that indicates dreams. Let's see. It's a very good question. Let's see what we get. I'm not getting an indication of any dreams, any activity in the unconscious, but what I do have is, again, and I get this a lot with these kind of readings, is the Ten of Swords, which says, my troubles are over, and I'm doing better now. You see, so the person the spirit is growing. The spirit is doing much better.
Okay, that's amazing.
Okay, even though there was great sadness and great pain.
Right. Can you explain that a little bit to me? Is it because what the person was going through in their lifetime? They go through, like, okay, I was feeling that a little bit.
I mean, I don't want to get into too many personal things, but there's an indication that the person didn't want to live anymore. You know what I mean? That the person just didn't want to anymore, and now the spirit sees that he or she is growing and is changing. I mean, I imagine in the spirit world we're no longer he or she, but
I'm 100%.
So the message I'm getting, though, is to tell you that I'm doing much better now.
Okay.
I'm healing, I'm growing, I'm feeling happy. It's just, and I get that all the time, especially the Ten of Swords, which says my troubles are over and I'm growing. And I've got here the Temperance card, which says balance is restored in my existence. So that's a message that this person wishes to get across.
Okay.
Okay. I've got to run. I'm up against the clock, and I've got to get to one more call. So I will light a white candle also for you at the end of the show.
Can't you let me know about my marriage or anything like that, or no?
I don't have time to look into that too deeply, so that's going to take a longer reading. If you want to give me a call another time, I'll be happy to do that.
Okay.
Okay. Bye now. Okay, and now let's see if we can get time for one more call. We have a few minutes left. Vinny in Tasmania is on with Reverend Elliot. Hi, Vinny.
Hi, how are you? I'm good, thank you.
Great. I'm glad to hear it. What can I look at for you?
I would love to know about my friend Adam Golan, or his healing to me, or whatever you can get it about my love life at the moment. But I'm single. I just separate.
We only have a few minutes. I can do this. What do you want to look at specifically?
Love life, maybe.
Okay, let's see what we got here. Well, there's happiness coming your way in the Ten of Cups. That's a good sign. The Four of Rods. I had these two cards for another person today who asked me about romance, so that's looking good. It's. Did you just recently leave a relationship?
Yeah, about over a year.
Okay, because I've got a card here about leaving something that isn't working out and going to something better. And so that's why I ask you about it. It's the Eight of Cups. It's not a tragic thing. It's just that this just wasn't working and you just figured you're going to get something better. The Three of Cups is here, which is a card of a good relationship coming your way, but it's somebody you're going to meet through your friends.
Okay.
So keep an eye out about, you know how friends are. They're always trying to fix everybody up. But I do see that coming your way. And it's going to be good. It's like the Five of Cups is an interesting card because that still relates to the relationship you had that didn't work out. But it's still a bit on your mind, but it'll fade. It'll fade in a bit. It shows a person looking at 3 spilled cups, and there are 2 other cups that are full, and she'll turn around and see those other cups. So there's good stuff coming your way. It's just maybe it's a little too soon, but you're still feeling a little impact from that relationship that you left. But you'll get over that. I do definitely see a new relationship coming your way. That's the Knight of Cups. So
okay, so
and it'll be good. Go ahead.
One I never been met before.
You've never what?
Is there gonna be someone that I already knew before, or someone I never met before?
I'm going to say that it could be either way, but I think the cards are leaning towards somebody that you never met before, who some of your friends are going to set you up with. And it's going to be good. It's going to be very, see, the 4 of Cups. Now that shows a hand coming out of a cloud offering a cup to somebody who doesn't notice it. So that definitely tells me it's somebody you don't know. And then there's the 9 of Cups. You're getting all the good cup cards here. That's a very good sign. The 9 of Cups means it's a very sensual and fulfilling and satisfactory relationship with people who know how to really live well, you know? So I think you're going to have a great time with this one.
So how long it's going to be? For how many months?
Oh, I don't think it's going to be a matter of months. I have the Ace of Cups here right now. That means this is in the works now. I would be very surprised if it took more than a month.
Oh, wow.
It's in the works now. Your friends are working on that. You know, your friends are they're gonna bring you somebody, and it'll work out well. I've got to run now.
Okay.
But hey, this is looking good. I see all the good signs here for you. So congratulations, you're about to have an excellent ride. Okay, it's going to be a good experience.
Thank you.
And this one could last. You're going to be very happy. Thanks for calling.
Yeah.
Bye now. And that's it. We've come to the end of another edition of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. And you know what that means. It's the end of the show. That means I'm going to tell you how scary life is, and then I'm going to sell you the cure. No, I don't do that kind of stuff. That I definitely don't do. I absolutely don't do that. You know, if you go to any one of the pages, just about all the pages at magic-works.com, you'll see a link to my Zazzle page. But you go to the occult jewelry page at magic-works.com, magic-works.com. Go to the occult jewelry page because you think about this. I don't want to push anyone into buying anything as if I could, but we're sliding in towards the holiday gift season, and I have some very affordable, interesting gifts in the occult jewelry section. And if you could just go to any page at my website and click the Zazzle link, and you'll see a wonderful array of occult jewelry. And there's some stuff there that's like ridiculously overpriced, like pocket watches with pentacles of Mars on them. Trust me, I don't want you to buy the pocket watches. The pocket watches are just there for show. I don't even know what I would do if somebody bought one. I'd ask them, "Are you sure?" Because they're a bit overpriced, but they're pretty and I like them, and I may use one myself. But it'd be nice to take a look at some of the amulets and talismans there, because that's a good gift, and it's a simple thing, and it can bring you things that you desire. Take a look at that at Zazzle. And my bestseller over there, believe it or not, is an all-white shaving mug with the Williams Shaving Soap logo. Now, you can take a look at that, too, at the Zazzle page. I've sold so many of those, I've lost track. But I'm really happy with the occult jewelry page. I'm wearing one of the things now. I'm wearing a talisman now. And when we start doing video, you'll see what I'm wearing. So this has been great. I mean, the time flies, right? Isn't that what I always say? Time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. But here we are at the end of the show. So I will see you again next week. 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific on Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, where we will spend an hour looking through the tarot. And remember, until then, who you are is the universe's gift to you. Who you become, that is your gift back to the universe. See you next week.